Welcome, welcome, welcome to Black Magic. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry discovered he was a Metamorphmagus at age 3 and lived undetected among different wizarding families for years? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Vanished. That burst of accidental magic changed everything. 3-year-old Harry Potter sat huddled in the cupboard under the stairs, nursing a bruised arm where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him too hard. His crime? Turning the teacher's hair blue at preschool. He hadn't meant to do it, honest. But Mrs. Roberts had been yelling at him for something Dudley did, and then suddenly her brown hair was bright blue, and everyone was laughing, and then, well. Then came the phone call home. Then came Uncle Vernon's purple face and Aunt Petunia's shrieks about freakishness. Then came Harry being thrown into his cupboard with no dinner, again. Harry's stomach growled. Tears leaked from his eyes as he pressed himself against the wall, trying to disappear. He wished his arm didn't hurt. He wished his hair wasn't so messy, the thing Aunt Petunia always complained about when she forced him to get haircuts that never seemed to work. He wished he looked like anyone else, anyone normal who wasn't a burden and a freak. A strange tingling sensation spread across his scalp. Ow, Harry whispered, reaching up to touch his head. His fingers brushed against nothing. Where his perpetually messy black hair should have been, there was only smooth skin. Panic seized him. He'd gone bald. Uncle Vernon would be furious at another freaky thing. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, desperately wishing his hair would come back. The tingling returned, stronger this time, like thousands of tiny ants marching across his head. When he touched his scalp again, hair had reappeared, but it felt different. Longer. Straighter. Harry's heart pounded. Something weird was happening, something he couldn't explain. If only he had a mirror. The closest thing was the small shiny metal panel on his cupboard door where the mail slot used to be before the Dursleys sealed it. Harry crawled forward and tried to see his reflection in the dim light filtering through the grate. What he saw made him gasp. Instead of his usual black mop, straight blonde hair hung past his ears. As he stared in shock, the tingling spread to his face. His thin features shifted subtly, his nose widening slightly, his cheekbones changing shape. Most startling of all, his brilliant green eyes darkened to a deep brown. Harry clapped his hands over his mouth to keep from screaming. He looked like a completely different boy. I did this, he whispered, amazement temporarily overriding fear. I changed myself. The implications hit him suddenly, with a clarity beyond his 3 years. If he could look like someone else, couldn't he be someone else? Someone the Dursleys wouldn't recognize? Someone who could walk out the front door and just leave? The idea was both terrifying and exhilarating. Harry had no idea where he'd go or what he'd do, but anything seemed better than the cupboard and the yelling and the hunger. He concentrated hard, thinking of a boy he'd seen at the park once. An ordinary-looking child with light brown hair, blue eyes, and freckles. The tingling sensation returned, spreading across his entire body this time. Harry felt himself shrink slightly. He was already small for his age, but now he was even smaller. His skinny limbs filled out a bit, and freckles sprouted across his nose. Heart racing with a mixture of fear and wild hope, Harry pushed open his cupboard door. He'd never tried to leave before, not like this. The Dursleys always locked him in at night, but in their anger earlier, they'd forgotten. The house was dark and quiet. Harry crept down the hall, past the kitchen, to the front door. He had to stretch to reach the deadbolt and turn it, wincing at every tiny sound. When the door finally swung open, cool night air rushed in, carrying the scent of freedom. Harry hesitated at the threshold. He had no plan, no money, nowhere to go. But when he glanced back at the cupboard door, his decision solidified. He stepped out into the night, carefully closing the door behind him. Privet Drive was eerily silent at night. Street lamps cast pools of orange light on the identical houses with their identical gardens. Harry started walking, picking up speed as he went, afraid that at any moment Uncle Vernon would come thundering after him. He reached the end of the street and kept going, not knowing where he was headed, just that he needed to get far away. His two big hand-me-down clothes flapped around him as he walked, then jogged, then ran. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, Harry's little legs couldn't carry him any further. He collapsed onto a bench in a small park he didn't recognize. The night had grown colder, and he shivered, pulling his thin jacket tighter around him. "What now?" he whispered to himself. The initial burst of courage was fading, replaced by the stark reality of being a 3-year-old alone in the world. A soft pop sound made Harry jump. He looked around wildly but saw nothing, until a woman in strange, flowing robes appeared from behind a tree. Harry blinked, convinced he must be seeing things. People didn't just appear out of nowhere. The woman muttered to herself, pulling out what looked like a thin wooden stick. Tracking charm should have led directly to him. Ministry's going to have my head if I don't find this magical discharge. Harry shrank back on the bench, trying to make himself invisible. The woman suddenly jerked her head in his direction, pointed her stick, and said something that sounded like Latin. A soft golden glow briefly surrounded Harry, making him gasp. The woman's eyes widened. "Well, hello there," she said, approaching slowly. "What are you doing out here all alone, young man?" Harry said nothing, his heart pounding so hard he was sure she could hear it. "My name is Clarissa Foley. I work for the Ministry of Magic, Accidental Magic Reversal Squad." She crouched down to his level. "We detected a very powerful burst of magic in this area. Would you happen to know anything about that?" Harry stared at her, his mind racing. Magic? Had she said magic? Uncle Vernon always said there was no such thing, that it was a word he wasn't allowed to say. But then how had he changed his appearance? How had this woman appeared out of nowhere? I don't know what you mean," Harry stammered, his voice coming out higher and softer than usual, another change from his transformation. Clarissa tilted her head, studying him. "What's your name, dear?" Harry panicked. He couldn't give his real name. What if she sent him back to the Dursleys? He blurted out the first name that came to mind, Evan. "Just Evan? No last name?" She smiled kindly. "Evan Smith," Harry improvised, remembering his preschool teacher's name. Clarissa's wand, Harry realized that's what the stick must be, was still emitting a soft glow. "Well, Evan Smith, I think you and I both know you've done something magical tonight. And I don't think you should be out here alone. Are your parents wizards or muggles?" Harry had no idea what a muggle was, but he sensed an important distinction. "I don't have parents," he said truthfully. "They died in a car crash." Something flickered across Clarissa's face. "I'm very sorry to hear that. Who takes care of you, then?" "My aunt and uncle, but..." Harry looked down, genuine tears forming. "They don't want me. They hate me because I do weird things. Freaky things." Clarissa's expression hardened momentarily. "Magical things, you mean? You're a wizard, Evan. A very young one with impressive accidental magic." She glanced around. "Where do these relatives live? I should speak with them." "No!" Harry cried, jumping to his feet. "Please don't take me back. They'll lock me in the cupboard again." The woman's face turned dangerous. "Cupboard? They lock you in a cupboard?" Harry nodded miserably, suddenly afraid he'd said too much. Clarissa took a deep breath, visibly calming herself. "I see. Well, that simply won't do. Magical children need proper care, especially ones with as much raw power as you seem to have." She thought for a moment. "I have a proposition for you, Evan. How would you like to come stay with my family for a while?" My husband Gregory and I have a daughter about your age. We can sort things out properly in the morning. Harry blinked, unable to believe his luck. You want me to come with you? I can't leave a magical child alone on a park bench in the middle of the night, can I? She extended her hand. What do you say? Harry hesitated only briefly before placing his transformed hand in hers. Okay. Clarissa smiled. Excellent. Now, we're going to travel by apparition, that means disappearing from here and appearing somewhere else. It might feel a bit strange, like being squeezed through a tube. Just hold tight to my hand and try not to let go. Before Harry could process this warning, the world compressed around him. Colors and shapes blurred, his body felt like it was being squished from all directions, and his ears popped painfully. Just when he thought he couldn't bear it anymore, everything stabilized. They stood in front of a charming country cottage with a thatched roof. Warm light spilled from the windows, and smoke curled from the chimney despite the warm spring night. Welcome to Folly Cottage, Clarissa said, leading him up the garden path. Let's get you inside and settled. The inside of the cottage was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. A fire burned in the grate without any visible fuel. Photographs on the walls moved, their subjects waving and smiling. Strange instruments whirred and puffed on shelves, and a collection of books with bizarre titles lined the walls. Gregory? Are you up? Clarissa called. A tall, distinguished-looking man with salt and pepper hair appeared in a doorway, wearing what looked like a dressing gown but longer and made of heavier material than Uncle Vernon's. Clarissa. You're back early. Did you find the source of that magical surge? His eyes landed on Harry. Oh. Hello there. Gregory, this is Evan Smith. He's the source of the magic we detected, quite impressive for his age. He appears to be an orphan living with Muggle relatives who... Her voice hardened. Are not providing appropriate care. Gregory's eyebrows rose. I see. He knelt down to Harry's level. Hello, Evan. I'm Gregory Folly. Are you hungry? At the mention of food, Harry's stomach growled loudly. He hadn't eaten since lunch at preschool. Gregory chuckled. I'll take that as a yes. Come along to the kitchen. We can talk while you eat. The Folly kitchen was cozy and homey, with copper pots hanging from the ceiling and a large wooden table in the center. Gregory waved his wand, and various containers and dishes floated out of cupboards. Within minutes, a plate of sandwiches, a bowl of soup, and a glass of something orange appeared in front of Harry. Pumpkin juice, Gregory explained, seeing Harry's curious look at the beverage. Wizard children's favorite. Try it. Harry took a cautious sip. It was sweet and tangy and delicious. He gulped it down, then attacked the food with the desperation of a chronically underfed child. As he ate, Clarissa and Gregory conversed in low tones. Harry caught snippets, powerful accidental magic. Can't send him back there. Ministry regulations about placement. Temporary guardianship while we investigate. When he'd finished eating, Gregory turned to him. Evan, would you like to stay with us for a while? We have a spare room, and our daughter Eloise would love a playmate. Harry nodded enthusiastically, unable to believe his good fortune. Yes, please. Excellent. In the morning, Clarissa will need to file some paperwork at the ministry, but for now, let's get you to bed. You've had quite an adventure today. The spare room was larger than Dudley's bedroom, with a proper bed with blue covers, a wooden wardrobe, and shelves lined with children's books and toys. Harry stared around in wonder. This is, for me? He asked incredulously. A shadow passed over Gregory's face. Yes, Evan. This room is all yours while you're with us. The bathroom is just down the hall if you need it. There are pajamas in the wardrobe, they might be a bit big, but we can fix them in the morning. Thank you, sir, Harry whispered, overwhelmed. You're quite welcome. Sleep well. Gregory closed the door softly behind him. Alone in the room, Harry cautiously explored his new surroundings. The pajamas were soft flannel with moving pictures of what looked like people flying on broomsticks. The bed was the most comfortable thing he'd ever felt. As he snuggled under the covers, exhaustion hit him like a wave. His last thought before drifting off was to concentrate on maintaining his transformation. He couldn't let them discover who he really was. Not yet. Not until he understood this new world he'd stumbled into. Harry awoke to sunlight streaming through curtains, a novelty after years in a dark cupboard. For a moment, panic seized him as he tried to remember where he was and why he wasn't in his cupboard. Then the events of the previous night came rushing back, his transformation, his escape, meeting Clarissa, coming to this magical house. He bolted upright, hands flying to his face. Was he still transformed? A quick inspection confirmed his hair remained light brown, his eyes still blue. He breathed a sigh of relief. A gentle knock at the door made him jump. "Evan. Are you awake?" Clarissa called. "Yes, ma'am," he responded, still marveling at how different his voice sounded. Clarissa entered, carrying a small stack of children's clothes. "Good morning. I've brought you some things to wear. They belonged to my nephew when he was your size." She paused, studying him. "How old are you, exactly?" "We realized last night we never asked." "3, Harry answered truthfully. "Almost 4. 3. Clarissa looked impressed. "The magic you performed was remarkable for someone so young. You must be a very powerful wizard in the making." Harry ducked his head, unused to praise of any kind. "Thank you. Well, get dressed and come down for breakfast when you're ready. Eloise is very excited to meet you." After Clarissa left, Harry quickly changed into the provided clothes, proper-fitting trousers and a jumper, both in good condition. Such a stark contrast to Dudley's massive hand-me-downs. Downstairs, he found a kitchen filled with activity. Gregory sat at the table reading a newspaper with moving pictures, occasionally taking sips from a steaming mug. A little girl with blonde ringlets and bright blue eyes sat across from him, kicking her legs excitedly. She looked about Harry's age, maybe a bit older. "You must be Evan," she exclaimed when she spotted him. "I'm Eloise. Do you want to see my toy hippogriff? Mummy says you're staying with us. Do you like Quidditch? I have a toy broom but Daddy says I'm too little for a real one yet." Harry blinked, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions containing words he didn't understand. Gregory lowered his paper. "Eloise, give our guest a chance to breathe. Good morning, Evan. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, sir. Thank you." "Excellent. Have a seat. Breakfast is nearly ready." As if on cue, plates floated from the counter to the table, laden with eggs, sausages, toast, and beans. Another wave of Gregory's wand sent utensils and napkins flying to their places. Harry gaped. The Dursleys would have a collective fit seeing household chores done by magic. "Not used to magic at mealtimes?" Clarissa asked, noticing his expression as she joined them. Harry shook his head. "My aunt and uncle don't, they don't do magic." "Ah, that's right. You mentioned they were muggles, non-magical people," Gregory explained. "Were there any signs of magic from your parents before they passed?" Harry tensed. He hadn't prepared for questions about his fictional background. "I don't remember them much," he said carefully. "They died when I was a baby." Clarissa and Gregory exchanged glances. "Well," Clarissa said briskly, changing the subject, "I'll be going to the ministry this morning to sort out your temporary placement with us. Gregory will stay home with you and Eloise." "What's the ministry?" Harry asked, pronouncing the unfamiliar word carefully. "The Ministry of Magic," Gregory explained. "It's our government, where magical people work to keep our world running smoothly and hidden from muggles." "Hidden?" Harry's eyes widened. There's a whole secret world. Indeed there is, Gregory smiled. And you're part of it. After breakfast, Eloise dragged Harry to the back garden to show him her toys. The garden was wild and overgrown in the most delightful way, with plants Harry had never seen before blooming in impossible colors. A small pond contained what looked like miniature people with fish tails swimming among the lily pads. Those are grindylows, Eloise explained importantly. Daddy keeps them as pest control. They eat the bad bugs. Harry nodded, pretending to understand. Every new thing he learned about the wizarding world fascinated him. This wasn't just escape from the Dursleys, it was entry into a whole new universe he never knew existed. Eloise showed him her toy hippogriff, a strange eagle-horse hybrid that bowed and flew in circles, her collection of chocolate frog cards, with more moving pictures of famous witches and wizards, and a small play cauldron that actually produced harmless colored smoke when certain ingredients were added. "Do you have any wizard toys?" she asked innocently. Harry shook his head. "My aunt and uncle didn't give me toys." Eloise's eyes widened. "No toys? That's terrible. You can share mine whenever you want." The simple kindness nearly brought tears to Harry's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Magic, Clarissa Foley sat across from Mafalda Hopkirk in the improper use of magic office, explaining the situation. "The magical surge was impressive, metamorphic in nature, I believe. The boy appears to be an orphan placed with Muggle relatives who are neglecting him at best, abusive at worst." Mafalda frowned, reviewing the incident report. "Metamorphic magic? At age 3? That's exceedingly rare." "I know. That's why I brought him home rather than following standard protocol. A child with that level of power needs proper magical guidance." "I don't disagree, but we need to follow procedures. What information do you have about his parents? Were they registered magical citizens?" Clarissa hesitated. "He says they died in a car crash when he was very young. He's been with his Muggle relatives since then. I haven't gotten their names or address yet. He was quite traumatized at the thought of returning." Mafalda's frown deepened. "A magical orphan living with Muggles. There should be a record. What did you say his name was?" "Evan Smith." Mafalda waved her wand, and a large registry book flew from a nearby shelf, opening itself on her desk. Pages flipped rapidly before stopping. "No Evan Smith born in the timeframe you're suggesting. Are you certain that's his real name?" Clarissa shifted uncomfortably. I'm not entirely sure. He was frightened when I found him. He might have given a false name. This complicates matters." Mafalda sighed. "Still, the child's welfare comes first. I can grant temporary magical guardianship to you and Gregory for 2 weeks while we investigate further. After that, we'll need to either return him to his relatives, with proper monitoring enchantments in place, or begin formal adoption proceedings." "Thank you, Mafalda. We'll take good care of him." "I'm sure you will." "But Clarissa." Mafalda leaned forward. "Be careful. A child with unexplained powerful magic, no registration, it raises questions." Clarissa nodded, gathering the signed forms. "I understand. We'll tread carefully." Back at Folly Cottage, Harry was having the time of his life. Gregory had set up a small wading pool in the garden, enchanted to have perfect temperature water and tiny magical bubbles that changed color when popped. Harry and Eloise splashed happily, shrieking with laughter. "Watch this, Evan." Eloise concentrated hard, her face scrunching up. After a moment, one of the bubbles turned from blue to purple. "I did magic. Did you see?" "That's wonderful, Eloise," Gregory called from where he sat nearby, supervising. "Controlled magic at your age is very impressive." Harry felt a pang of anxiety. If changing bubble colors at age 3 was impressive, what would they think of his ability to completely change his appearance? Was it so unusual that it might give him away? Hesitantly, he concentrated on a nearby bubble, willing it to change color like Eloise had done. To his surprise and relief, the bubble shifted from green to red. A much smaller feat than his transformation, but still magic. Evan did it too, Daddy. He's good at magic like me. Gregory smiled approvingly. Well done, Evan. You two will make fine wizards and witches someday. A pop from the front of the house announced Clarissa's return. She came around to the garden, waving a stack of official-looking parchment. Good news. The ministry has granted us temporary guardianship for 2 weeks while they investigate Evan's situation. Gregory rose to meet her. Only 2 weeks. For now. We'll need to work on more permanent arrangements, but this gives us time. She knelt by the wading pool. Evan, this means you can stay with us for at least 2 weeks. How does that sound? Really? I can stay. Harry couldn't believe his luck. Really, she confirmed. Now, there are some things we need to discuss. The ministry needs more information about your relatives to make sure everything is handled properly. Harry's stomach clenched with anxiety. I don't want to go back there. We'll do everything we can to prevent that, Gregory assured him. But we need to know who they are and where they live. Harry looked down at the water. He couldn't tell them about the Dursleys without revealing his true identity. But he needed to say something. Their name is Evans, he improvised, remembering that had been his mother's maiden name according to Aunt Petunia. They live in London. London is a very big place, Clarissa said gently. Do you remember the address? Harry shook his head. Just that it's near a park with a broken swing. Clarissa sighed. Well, that's a start. We can try location tracking spells based on your magical signature. For now, though, let's focus on making you comfortable here. The next few days were the happiest of Harry's young life. The Follies treated him with kindness and patience. He had proper meals, comfortable clothes, and people who actually seemed to like having him around. Eloise became a fast friend, teaching him about wizarding games like Exploding Snap and Gobstones. Gregory began giving both children simple magic lessons each morning. You're both too young for wands, he explained, but understanding the principles of magic early will help you when you're older. They practiced focusing their intent, learning about magical plants in the garden, and hearing stories about famous wizards and witches throughout history. Harry absorbed everything eagerly, amazed at this world that had been hidden from him. But maintaining his transformation wasn't easy. Each night, Harry concentrated hard before falling asleep, willing his appearance to remain changed. Each morning, he checked anxiously to make sure he still looked like Evan Smith. Sometimes he noticed subtle shifts, his hair lightening a shade, his eyes darkening slightly, and he would have to focus to correct them. On the 5th day, disaster nearly struck. Harry was helping Clarissa set the table for dinner when he knocked over a hot kettle. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, and screamed as the boiling water scalded his arm. The pain was intense, and in his distress, Harry felt his control slipping. A strange tingling spread across his face, and he knew with horror that his transformation was faltering. Oh, Merlin! Evan, let me see that burn, Clarissa exclaimed, rushing to his side. Harry clutched his injured arm with one hand while the other flew to his face, trying to hide the changes he could feel happening. I'm fine, he gasped, backing away. Can I go to the bathroom? But your arm, please. Harry turned and ran from the room, racing upstairs to lock himself in the bathroom. In the mirror, he saw his features shifting, black hair emerging through the brown, his eyes flickering between blue and their natural green. The lightning bolt scar, always hidden beneath a fringe in his Evan disguise, was beginning to appear. No, 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 he whispered frantically. He closed his eyes, focusing with all his might on being Evan Smith again. The pain in his arm made concentration difficult, but fear gave him strength. When he opened his eyes again, Evan Smith's face looked back at him, though paler and strained. A knock came at the door. Evan. Please let me help with that burn. I have a healing potion right here. Taking a deep breath, Harry opened the door. Clarissa immediately took his injured arm, examining the angry red skin with concern. This is a nasty burn. Hold still. She uncorked a small bottle and poured a greenish liquid over the burn. Immediately, soothing coolness replaced the searing pain, and Harry watched in fascination as the burned skin began to heal before his eyes. Better? She asked. Harry nodded gratefully. Much better. Thank you. Clarissa studied his face. You're very pale. Are you feeling all right otherwise? Just scared, Harry admitted truthfully. I didn't mean to break the kettle. Of course you didn't, Clarissa soothed. Accidents happen. No one's angry with you, Evan. Relief washed over him, both at her reassurance and at the narrow escape from discovery. But the incident taught him a crucial lesson: his control over his Metamorphmagus abilities was linked to his emotional state. Strong emotions, particularly fear and pain, could make him lose his grip on his transformation. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry practiced in front of the mirror in his room. He concentrated on making small changes, lengthening his nose slightly, changing the shade of his hair, making his freckles more pronounced. Each change required intense focus, but he was getting better at it. I'm a Metamorphmagus, he whispered to himself, remembering a term he'd overheard Gregory use while discussing his case with Clarissa. A person who can change how they look. The knowledge gave him a strange sense of power. No matter what happened, he had this ability, this way to escape, to become someone else, to hide in plain sight. But the close call with the kettle had shaken him. What if the Follies discovered who he really was? Would they send him back to the Dursleys? Would they be angry that he'd lied to them? A new worry began to gnaw at him: how long could he keep up this charade? And if he couldn't stay with the Follies forever, where would he go next? The next morning, an owl arrived during breakfast, carrying a rolled parchment tied with an official-looking purple ribbon. Gregory untied it, reading the contents with a furrowed brow. What is it? Clarissa asked, pouring more pumpkin juice for the children. The Ministry. They found no record of an Evans family with a magical child matching Evans' description. Gregory glanced at Harry, who suddenly became very interested in his porridge. They're requesting we bring him in for a more thorough identity verification. Harry's spoon clattered against his bowl. I don't want to go to the Ministry, he blurted. It's just a formality, Evan, Clarissa assured him. They want to help us make sure you're properly taken care of. But what if? Harry trailed off, unsure how to express his fear without revealing too much. Gregory set down the letter. What if what, Evan? You can tell us. Harry bit his lip. What if they make me go back to my aunt and uncle? If your relatives were treating you badly, the Ministry won't send you back without proper protections in place, Gregory explained. And if things were truly as bad as you've suggested, they might find another wizarding family for you to live with. Like us? Eloise asked hopefully. She'd grown attached to her new playmate. Clarissa and Gregory exchanged a look. That's one possibility, Clarissa said carefully. We'd certainly be willing to consider it, but there are procedures to follow. Harry nodded, but anxiety churned in his stomach. He couldn't go to the Ministry. They would discover his true identity somehow. They were wizards, after all. They must have ways of seeing through disguises. That afternoon, while Eloise napped and the adults were busy preparing for the Ministry visit scheduled for the next day, Harry slipped into Gregory's study. He'd seen the man consulting large books about magical law and procedures, and Harry hoped to find information that might help him. The study was lined with bookshelves containing volumes with titles like Magical Jurisprudence in Modern Britain and Rights and Responsibilities of Wizarding Guardians. Harry couldn't read all the words, but he understood enough to be intimidated. This was serious business. On Gregory's desk sat the letter from the Ministry, along with several other documents. Harry peered at them, struggling to make sense of the official language. One phrase caught his eye, possible case of missing magical child, followed by a list of names that made his blood run cold. Harry Potter was at the top of the list. Heart pounding, Harry read on. According to the document, several magical children had been reported missing or were suspected to be in inappropriate guardianship situations. The ministry was conducting a census of all magical children to ensure their welfare. They were looking for him, the real him. And tomorrow, they might find him. Harry backed away from the desk, mind racing. He couldn't go to the ministry. He couldn't let them discover who he was. Not because he feared being Harry Potter, but because he feared what would happen next. Would they send him back to the Dursleys? Would they punish him for running away and pretending to be someone else? With a heavy heart, Harry realized what he had to do. He had to leave the Follies before they took him to the ministry. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry packed a small bag with clothes Clarissa had given him, some snacks he'd squirreled away from dinner, and a book about basic magic that Gregory had said he could keep. He wrote a simple note in his childish handwriting, "Thank you for being nice to me. I'm sorry I have to go. Please don't look for me. I'll be okay." Evan tears streamed down his face as he placed the note on his pillow. The Follies had shown him more kindness in a week than the Dursleys had in his entire life. Leaving them hurt, but staying was too dangerous. Harry crept downstairs, carefully avoiding the creaky third step. He made his way to the kitchen door that led to the garden, unlocked it, and slipped out into the night. The garden looked different in the dark, mysterious and a little frightening. Harry steeled himself and began walking, heading for the gate that led to the lane beyond. He had no clear destination in mind, only the vague notion that he needed to get far away before morning. Leaving without saying goodbye. Harry whirled around. Gregory stood on the garden path, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, his wand illuminating the darkness. I. Harry stammered, caught. Gregory approached slowly, as one might a frightened animal. "Evan, if that is your name, you don't have to run away." "I do," Harry insisted, clutching his bag tighter. "The ministry will make me go back. Or they'll find out." "Find out what?" Gregory asked gently. When Harry didn't answer, he continued, "That you're not who you say you are." Harry's eyes widened in fear. "We've suspected for some time," Gregory admitted. "Your accidental magic was too controlled, too specific. And Clarissa noticed how your appearance sometimes shifts slightly when you're tired or upset." Are you angry?" Harry whispered. Gregory shook his head. "No." "Concerned, yes. Curious, definitely. But not angry." He knelt down to Harry's level. "You're a Metamorphmagus, a very rare and special ability. Most don't manifest those powers until much older, and never with such control. I didn't know what it was called until I heard you and Clarissa talking," Harry admitted. "It just happened. When I was scared and wanted to look different." "That makes sense. Metamorphmagus abilities are often triggered by strong emotions, especially in children." Gregory paused. "But I wonder, who are you really, under that disguise? And why are you so afraid of being found?" Harry looked away. "If I tell you, you'll have to report it. And then they'll take me away." "I can't promise what will happen," Gregory said honestly. "But I can promise to do everything in my power to keep you safe. Running away alone at night isn't safe, Evan, or whatever your name is. You're still just a child." The kindness in his voice broke something in Harry. Tears flowed freely now. "My name is Harry," he admitted in a small voice. "Harry Potter." Gregory's sharp intake of breath told Harry he recognized the name. "Harry Potter," he repeated, sounding stunned. "The Harry Potter? The boy who lived?" Harry nodded miserably. "That's what they called me in the books Eloise showed me. The boy whose parents were killed by a dark wizard. But I didn't know any of that until this week. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon told me my parents died in a car crash. They never told me I was a wizard. They called me a freak and made me sleep in a cupboard and never gave me proper clothes or enough food and... The words tumbled out in a rush, years of mistreatment pouring forth now that the dam had broken. Gregory listened in growing horror. "Harry," he said when the boy finally ran out of words, "what the Dursleys did to you was wrong. Very wrong. But running away isn't the solution. But if people find out who I am, they'll make me go back. Or they'll put me somewhere because I'm Harry Potter, not because they actually want me." Gregory considered this. The boy had a point, being the boy who lived came with complications. Many would seek guardianship of Harry Potter for the wrong reasons. "Come back inside," he said finally. "Let's talk with Clarissa. I promise we won't do anything tonight. No owls to the ministry, no decisions. Just a conversation." Harry hesitated, then nodded. He was tired, cold, and scared, and the thought of facing the night alone suddenly seemed much worse than facing a conversation. Inside, they found Clarissa already awake, pacing the kitchen with a worried expression that melted into relief when she saw them. "Evan. Gregory. What's happening?" "Our young friend has something to tell you," Gregory said gently, guiding Harry to a chair at the kitchen table. Gathering his courage, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, letting his true appearance emerge. Black hair replaced brown, green eyes replaced blue, and the lightning bolt scar appeared on his forehead. When he opened his eyes, Clarissa was staring at him in shock. "My real name is Harry Potter," he said quietly. "I ran away from my aunt and uncle because they were mean to me. I can change how I look because I'm a Metamorphmagus," Gregory supplied. "Yes, that. I didn't know about magic or wizards or anything until I came here. And I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, but I don't want to be Harry Potter either, because everyone will treat me differently. I just want to be normal." Clarissa sank into a chair across from him. "Harry Potter," she breathed. "Merlin's beard. The entire wizarding world has been looking for you. There are search parties, tracking spells. Dumbledore himself has been leading the effort." "Who's Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "The most powerful wizard alive," Gregory explained. "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was the one who placed you with your Muggle relatives after your parents were killed." Harry frowned. "Then he's the one who put me with the Dursleys. I don't want to meet him." Clarissa and Gregory exchanged troubled glances. "This is complicated," Clarissa said carefully. "Harry Potter isn't just any wizard child. You survived a killing curse from the darkest wizard of our time. You're famous. There are protocols, protections. But I don't want to be famous," Harry insisted. "I just want to be somewhere safe, with people who don't hate me." The raw plea in his voice touched both adults deeply. "Harry," Gregory said slowly, "we need to inform the authorities that you're safe. Too many people are worried, searching for you. But," he continued as Harry's face fell, "we can advocate for you. We can tell them about the Dursleys' treatment and request that you not be returned there." "Can I stay with you?" Harry asked in a small voice. "We would be honored," Clarissa said warmly, "but it may not be that simple. Your placement might be decided at higher levels of the ministry, given your unique status." Harry's lower lip trembled. "Then what happens to me?" "I don't know," Gregory admitted. "But whatever happens, we'll make sure you're treated properly this time. No more cupboards. No more hunger. No more being called a freak for something that makes you special." Harry considered this, wiping away tears with the back of his hand. "Promise?" "Promise," both Follies said in unison. "Okay." Harry nodded finally. "You can tell them. But..." A new thought occurred to him. "Can I practice being Harry Potter first?" I've been Evan for so long now, I'm not sure I remember how to be me. The simple, childlike request broke the tension. Clarissa smiled warmly. Of course you can, Harry. Take all the time you need. The next morning, Harry woke up as himself for the first time in weeks. Looking in the mirror, he studied his true reflection, the unruly black hair, the bright green eyes, the lightning bolt scar. It felt strange but also right, like putting on an old, familiar sweater. Downstairs, he found Gregory composing a letter. I'm writing to Amelia Bones, he explained. She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and an old friend. If anyone can handle this situation with appropriate discretion, it's her. Harry nodded, nervously watching the quill scratch across the parchment. What will happen when they come? They'll want to verify your identity, Clarissa explained, setting a plate of breakfast in front of him. There are spells that can confirm you are indeed Harry Potter. They'll ask questions about where you've been and how you ended up with us. Will I have to tell them about my changing ability? Eventually, yes, Gregory said. Being a Metamorphmagus is rare but not unheard of. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And will I have to go away right away? Clarissa shook her head. I don't think so. These procedures take time. You'll likely stay with us while they sort things out. This reassured Harry somewhat, though anxiety still churned in his stomach. He picked at his breakfast, appetite diminished by worry. Eloise came bounding into the kitchen, stopping short when she saw Harry. Who are you? She demanded, looking around. Where's Evan? Harry bit his lip. I am Evan. Sort of. My real name is Harry. Eloise looked confused. You look different. I can change how I look, Harry explained. I was pretending to be someone else because I was scared. Like a disguise? Eloise asked, fascinated. Exactly like a disguise, Clarissa confirmed. Harry has a special magical talent. Eloise considered this, then shrugged with the easy acceptance of childhood. Can you still play Exploding Snap? Harry nodded, relieved at her simple response. Okay then. She climbed into her chair. Can I have pancakes, Mummy? As Gregory sent his owl off with the letter to Amelia Bones, Harry felt a strange mixture of fear and relief. The secret was out. Whatever happened next was beyond his control, but at least he didn't have to pretend anymore. Later that afternoon, a sharp knock came at the door. Gregory answered it, admitting a stern-looking witch with a monocle and an imposing presence. Madam Bones, he greeted her formally. Thank you for coming personally. This situation warranted it, Gregory, she replied, her gaze immediately finding Harry, who stood nervously in the doorway to the living room. So. This is Harry Potter. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. Yes, ma'am. Amelia Bones approached slowly, kneeling to his level to examine him more closely. Her eyes lingered on his scar. I knew your parents, she said softly. Brave people, both of them. Your father had quite the talent for transfiguration, perhaps that's where your Metamorphmagus abilities come from. Harry's eyes widened. No one had ever told him anything specific about his parents' magical talents. Now, Madam Bones continued, straightening up, I need to verify your identity officially. This won't hurt, but it may feel a bit strange. She drew her wand, murmuring an incantation that made golden light swirl around Harry. The light seemed to sink into his skin, then emerge as a glowing family tree suspended in midair. At the bottom was his name, Harry James Potter, connected by lines to James Potter and Lily Evans Potter above. Identity confirmed, Madam Bones announced, waving her wand to dissolve the glowing tree. Now, Harry, I need you to tell me exactly what happened. How did you discover your Metamorphmagus abilities? How did you end up with the Follies? And most importantly, what happened at your relative's home that made you run away? Harry told his story from the beginning, the incident with his teacher's hair, Uncle Vernon's rage, his accidental transformation, his escape, and his week with the Follies. Madame Bones listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When he described the cupboard under the stairs, her monocle nearly fell out in shock. When he mentioned not knowing he was a wizard until meeting the Follies, her lips thinned to a severe line. "This is deeply troubling," she said when he finished. "The placement of Harry Potter with these muggles clearly violated our child protection standards. I'll need to speak with Albus Dumbledore about this immediately." "What happens to Harry now?" Clarissa asked. "For the immediate future, he stays here," Madame Bones decided. "The Ministry will place temporary protective enchantments around your home. We'll need to inform the Minister and certain key officials that Harry has been found, but I suggest we keep his Metamorphmagus abilities confidential for now. Such a rare talent at his age could make him a target for the wrong sort of attention." Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He could stay with the Follies, at least for now. "There will need to be a hearing regarding his permanent placement," Madame Bones continued. "As the boy who lived, Harry's guardianship is a matter of significant public interest. But I give you my word, he will not be returned to those muggles." "Thank you," Harry said quietly. Madame Bones smiled, her stern face softening. "You've been very brave, Harry. Most children your age wouldn't have managed what you did. Your parents would be proud." After Madame Bones left, promising to return the next day with more information, Harry retreated to the garden with Eloise. As they played a simple game of catch with a soft ball that changed color each time it was caught, Harry tried to process everything that had happened. He wasn't Evan Smith anymore. He was Harry Potter again, the real Harry Potter, not the neglected, unwanted boy the Dursleys had tried to make him. A wizard with a special ability. A boy whose parents had been brave and talented. For the first time since discovering his Metamorphmagus abilities, Harry felt no desire to change his appearance. For now, at least, being Harry Potter didn't seem so bad after all. Little did he know that his adventure was just beginning. The wizarding world had found their lost hero, but Harry had discovered something even more valuable, the power to determine his own identity, regardless of the name or face he wore. As the sun set over Folly Cottage, Harry Potter smiled, feeling truly at home for the first time in his young life. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for tonight, he was safe, he was himself, and that was enough. Chapter 2, A Thousand Faces. Harry Potter, or rather, Colin Pruitt as he was now calling himself, pressed his nose against the glass of quality Quidditch supplies, watching a miniature player zoom around a model pitch on the latest racing broom. At 7 years old, he'd perfected the art of blending in among wizarding crowds, just another excited kid admiring fancy brooms. "Whoa, did you see that dive?" exclaimed the red-headed boy beside him. "The clean sweep 7's cornering is brilliant." "Not as good as the Nimbus though," Harry replied knowledgeably, having absorbed every bit of Quidditch information he could over the past 4 years. Ron Weasley grinned at him. "Yeah, but who's got 50 galleons for a Nimbus? Come on, Mum's waiting at Flourish and Blots." Harry followed his friend through the bustling Diagon Alley crowd, carefully maintaining his Colin disguise, wavy brown hair, hazel eyes, slightly taller than his natural form, with a sprinkle of freckles across his nose. After 4 years of practice, transformations had become second nature. He could hold this form in his sleep, literally. 4 years. 4 years since he'd fled the Dursleys. 4 years of constantly moving, changing names and faces, staying ahead of the magical authorities still searching for the boy who lived. The hearing Madame Bones had promised never happened. Instead, Albus Dumbledore himself had arrived at Folly Cottage the very next day, insisting on speaking with Harry alone. Harry remembered that conversation vividly. "Harry, my boy," the ancient wizard had said kindly, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "I cannot express how relieved I am to see you safe. Why did you put me with the Dursleys?" Harry had demanded, surprising himself with his boldness. "They hated me." Dumbledore's smile had faltered. "I had my reasons, Harry, important ones involving your protection." The same reasons why we must return you there immediately. Ice had flooded Harry's veins. No. They kept me in a cupboard. They called me a freak. I'm deeply sorry for your suffering, Dumbledore had said, looking genuinely pained. I will speak with your relatives. Things will improve, I promise you. But Harry hadn't believed him. And when Dumbledore had stepped out to consult with Madame Bones, Harry had made a split-second decision that changed everything. He'd transformed, not into Evan Smith, but into a completely new disguise, and slipped out the back door while the adults were distracted. By the time they realized he was gone, Harry was 3 streets away, hitchhiking with an elderly witch who thought she was helping a lost child find his grandmother in the next village. From there, he'd made his way to London, surviving on his wits, occasional petty theft, and his invaluable ability to change his appearance. The wizarding world had exploded with the news of Harry Potter's brief reappearance and subsequent vanishing. Wanted posters with his face appeared everywhere. The Daily Prophet ran weekly features speculating on his whereabouts. Search parties combed Britain. But they were looking for a black-haired, green-eyed boy with a lightning scar, not a blonde girl, or a freckled boy, or any of the dozen other disguises Harry had cycled through. A tug on his sleeve brought Harry back to the present. Colin. You're daydreaming again, Ron complained. Come on, Fred and George are planning something wicked at the joke shop, and I want to see. Coming, Harry replied, hurrying to catch up. Living with the Weasleys these past 3 months had been the closest thing to stability he'd found since the Follies. He'd met Ron in Diagon Alley, where Harry had been watching street performers and picking up dropped nuts when no one was looking. They'd struck up a conversation about Quidditch, and when Ron mentioned his large family, Harry had seen an opportunity. My parents are traveling for work, he'd lied smoothly, spinning the tale he'd prepared. I'm staying with my aunt, but she's dreadfully boring. Never lets me go anywhere fun. 3 playdates later, when Harry casually mentioned his aunt was leaving for a business trip and he'd be stuck with an elderly neighbor who didn't understand children at all, Molly Weasley had predictably offered to host him, for a few days. Those few days had stretched into weeks, then months. The chaos of the Weasley household made it easy for Harry to blend in, another child among many, not subject to too much individual scrutiny. He'd created a detailed backstory: Colin Pruitt, distant cousin to Molly's side of the family, son of magical researchers currently in Eastern Europe studying rare magical creatures. They reached Flourish and Blots, where Molly was trying to wrangle Ginny away from a display of princess fairy tales while simultaneously preventing the twins from slipping stink pellets into Percy's book bag. There you are, boys, she called. Ron, help your sister pick one book, just one, Ginny dear, and then we need to get Charlie's potion ingredients. Can Colin and I go to the joke shop after? Ron pleaded. For 10 minutes only, and you're to touch nothing dangerous, Molly said firmly. She smiled warmly at Harry. Colin, dear, did you want a new book as well? That magical encyclopedia you've been reading is looking quite worn. Harry's heart swelled with affection. The Weasleys didn't have much money, yet Molly never failed to include him in family treats. No thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I'm still enjoying the one I have. In truth, he'd read the encyclopedia cover to cover 6 times. Knowledge was survival. Each family he stayed with, each new environment taught him something valuable. With the Follies, he'd learned the basics of wizarding culture. With the Abbotts, who'd taken in Emma Abbott, second cousin, for 3 weeks, he'd learned about herbology and magical plants. With old Mr. Fortescue, who'd believed Harry was his grandnephew, Thomas, for nearly 6 months, he'd absorbed history and lore between helping scoop ice cream. Every scrap of information might someday be useful, especially about his own condition. Metamorphmagi were incredibly rare, he'd discovered. The encyclopedia contained just 2 paragraphs about them, noting their ability to change appearance at will without spells or potions, and that the talent was typically hereditary. Yet neither of Harry's parents had been one, as far as he could discover. 5 minutes in the joke shop, Fred announced, appearing at Harry's side. Better make it 4, George added from his other side. Percy's about to tattle about the dung bombs in his satchel. Sure enough, Percy was marching toward their mother with a self-righteous expression. The twins grabbed Ron and Harry by the arms, pulling them toward the exit. "We'll meet you at the apothecary," Fred called over his shoulder. "Walking, not running in the street." Molly shouted after them, but they were already gone, for boys racing down the cobblestone alley. Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop was packed with young witches and wizards stocking up before returning to Hogwarts. The twins immediately vanished into the crowd, leaving Ron and Harry by a display of ever-bashing boomerangs. "When I go to Hogwarts," Ron said wistfully, "I'm going to learn all the best jinxes. Fred says there's one that makes your enemies' ears grow bats." "Bat bogey hex," Harry corrected automatically, then caught himself. "Colin Pruitt shouldn't know advanced hexes. At least, that's what I heard some older kids calling it." Ron didn't notice his slip. "Wish we could do magic now. It's not fair having to wait till we're 11. Harry nodded sympathetically, though privately he disagreed. His Metamorphmagus abilities gave him a considerable advantage, magic that couldn't be detected by the trace that monitored underage wizardry. Not that he'd tell Ron that. As much as he enjoyed the Weasleys' company, Harry had learned the hard way not to trust anyone completely. The painful memory surfaced unbidden. 8 months after fleeing from Dumbledore, Harry had been living as Daniel Summers with the kindly Macmillan family. He'd grown careless, comfortable. One night at dinner, he'd let his guard down, allowing his hair to briefly shift from blonde to its natural black when he laughed too hard at a joke. Mrs. Macmillan had noticed. That same evening, she'd fire-called someone while Harry pretended to sleep on the landing above, listening. "I think we might have Harry Potter staying with us," she'd whispered excitedly. "He's disguised somehow, but I saw his hair change." "Yes, I'll keep him here." Certainly, Minister Bagnold would want to know immediately. Harry had been gone within the hour, taking only his emergency pack, always prepared, always hidden under the mattress wherever he stayed. "Colin! Look at this." Ron was holding up a screaming yo-yo, breaking Harry's dark reverie. "Wicked," Harry agreed, pushing away the memory. "How much is it?" Ron checked the price tag and his face fell. 2 galleons. Never mind. Harry wished he could buy it for his friend. The Weasleys had been so good to him. But, Colin Pruitt was supposed to have limited pocket money from his absent parents. Besides, Harry needed to save every canute. You never knew when you'd need emergency funds for a quick escape. "Boys!" Percy's pompous voice cut through the shop noise. "Mother says to come immediately. We're already behind schedule." Ron groaned but complied, Harry following close behind. Outside, Molly was counting heads while balancing packages. "There you are. Now, we just need to visit the apothecary for Charlie's supplies, then we can have lunch at the Leaky Cauldron before heading home." The mention of the Leaky Cauldron sent a flicker of anxiety through Harry. Public wizarding spaces always carried risk. Just last week, he'd spotted a ministry official showing Harry Potter's photograph to Tom the barman. The searches had never completely stopped, though they'd decreased in intensity over the years. "Actually, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said quickly, "I'm not very hungry. Maybe Ron and I could wait outside while you get the potion stuff." "We'll be good, promise." Molly hesitated. "Well. Percy, you're in charge of the twins. Fred and George, if I hear you've set one toe inside Knockturn Alley, you'll be degnoming the garden until Christmas. Ron and Colin, stay right outside the apothecary where I can see you through the window." "Yes, Mum," the Weasley children chorused. Harry nodded earnestly. As the others filed into the shop, Harry and Ron settled on a bench outside. Harry kept his eyes moving, constantly scanning for potential threats, a habit that had become second nature. "I can't wait for Charlie to teach me more Quidditch moves when he's home for Christmas," Ron was saying. "He says I could be a decent keeper with practice." You've got good reflexes, Harry agreed. Better than mine. This was a deliberate lie. Harry had excellent reflexes, but Colin Pruitt was established as slightly clumsy. You're not bad, Ron said generously. You just need more, he broke off, staring over Harry's shoulder. Whoa! Is that Ludo Bagman? Harry turned to see a broad-shouldered man in garish yellow robes surrounded by admirers. The former Quidditch star was signing autographs and laughing loudly. It is. Ron stood up. Let's get his autograph. Charlie would go mental. I don't think we should leave the bench, Harry said nervously. Large crowds meant more chances of being recognized or questioned. It's just over there, Ron insisted. We'll be quick. Before Harry could protest further, Ron was off, pushing through the crowd. Reluctantly, Harry followed, keeping his head down. The crowd around Bagman surged forward, separating Harry from Ron. Harry found himself shoved against the wall of scribulous writing implements. As he tried to extract himself, a tall figure in ministry robes emerged from the shop, nearly tripping over him. Watch yourself, young man, the wizard said, steadying himself. Harry's blood turned to ice. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and one of the officials who'd been briefed about Harry Potter's Metamorphmagus abilities after his time with the Follies. Sorry, sir, Harry stammered, ducking his head. Crouch's stern gaze lingered on him. You should be more careful in crowds. Where are your parents? My friend's mum is in the apothecary. I'm staying with them while my parents are traveling. Harry's practiced lie rolled off his tongue, but his heart hammered against his ribs. Crouch studied him with narrowed eyes. You look familiar somehow. Harry forced a confused smile. I don't think we've met, sir. Perhaps not. Crouch's expression remained suspicious. What did you say your name was? Colin Pruitt, sir. Harry shifted his weight, ready to bolt if necessary. Pruitt? Related to the Pruitts of Devonshire? Harry nodded, sticking to his established backstory. Distantly, yes. Second cousins, I think. Before Crouch could interrogate him further, Ron appeared, pushing through the crowd. Colin. I got it. I got Bagman's autograph. He stopped short, noticing Crouch. Oh. Hello. Mr. Crouch was just leaving, Harry said pointedly. We need to get back to your mum. Crouch frowned. Actually, young man, I think, Ronald Weasley and Colin Pruitt. Molly's voice cut through the crowd like a severing charm. What part of "stay by the bench" was unclear. Ron winced. We're in for it now. Molly descended upon them, packages balanced precariously in her arms. I turn my back for 5 minutes, and you disappear into a crowd. Anything could have happened. You could have been, she broke off, noticing Crouch. Oh. Mr. Crouch, sir. I apologize for the disturbance. Mrs. Weasley, Crouch acknowledged stiffly. These boys are with you? Yes, and they are in serious trouble, Molly said, giving them a stern look. Ron is my youngest son, and Colin is staying with us while his parents are abroad. I see. Crouch's suspicious expression didn't waver. Mrs. Weasley, might I have a word with you? About young Mr. Pruitt here. Harry's fight-or-flight instinct screamed flight. Crouch suspected something. If he questioned Molly about Colin's background, the inconsistencies would quickly become apparent. Actually, Mrs. Weasley, Harry interrupted desperately, I feel a bit sick. Could we go home now? Molly immediately switched to concerned mother mode, placing a hand on his forehead. You do look peaky, dear. Perhaps all the excitement. Mr. Crouch, I'm afraid whatever it is will have to wait. This child needs to lie down. Crouch's mouth thinned with displeasure. Very well. But I may call on you at the Burrow later to discuss certain discrepancies. Of course, Molly said, confusion evident in her voice. Come along, boys. Percy. Fred. George. We're leaving now. As they headed toward the leaky cauldron's flue, Harry's mind raced. Crouch was suspicious. He might even have recognized Harry despite the transformation. The burrow wouldn't be safe much longer. Time to move on. Again. That night, after the Weasley household had finally settled into sleep, Harry sat cross-legged on his camp bed in Ron's room, mentally reviewing his escape plan. He'd need to leave before morning, before Crouch potentially showed up with questions. The problem was, he'd grown genuinely fond of the Weasleys. Ron was the closest thing to a real friend he'd ever had. Mrs. Weasley's hugs and home-cooked meals had given him a taste of what having a mother might have been like. Even the twins' relentless pranks had been a form of acceptance, inclusion in the family dynamic. Leaving would hurt. But staying was too dangerous. Harry silently gathered his few possessions, spare clothes, the magical encyclopedia Mrs. Weasley had given him, a small pouch containing 17 galleons, 12 sickles, and 23 nuts, his life savings, and a smooth black stone that changed color depending on his mood, a gift from Ron. He'd written a brief note explaining that his parents had returned unexpectedly and collected him in the night, not wanting to disturb the family. It was flimsy, but better than no explanation at all. With one last look at Ron's sleeping form, Harry crept downstairs, avoiding the creaky third step from habit. He'd almost reached the back door when a soft voice froze him in place. Going somewhere, dear? Harry turned slowly. Mrs. Weasley sat at the kitchen table, a mug of tea in her hands, watching him with sad eyes. For once, Harry's quick thinking failed him. Sit down, Colin. Or whatever your name really is. Her voice held no anger, only resignation. Trapped, Harry sat, clutching his pack on his lap. How did you know? That you were planning to leave? The look on your face when Mr. Crouch spoke to you today. I've raised 7 children, I know when someone is frightened. She sipped her tea. As for the rest, little things never quite added up. No letters from your parents. No personal stories that felt real. And sometimes, when you think no one's looking, you get this expression, like you're carrying the weight of the world. Harry stared at the tabletop, shame and fear warring within him. You don't have to tell me who you really are, Mrs. Weasley continued gently. Though I have my suspicions. But I want you to know that whatever you're running from, you're safe here. I'm not safe anywhere, Harry whispered before he could stop himself. They'll keep looking until they find me. Who, dear? Who's looking for you? Harry bit his lip. He'd already said too much. I can't tell you. It would put you in danger. Mrs. Weasley reached across the table, covering his small hand with hers. Child, we've housed you for months. If there was danger, it's already here. Put that way, Harry couldn't argue. And something in him desperately wanted to trust this kind woman who treated him like a son. If I tell you, he said slowly, you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Not Mr. Weasley, not Ron, not Dumbledore. No one. Mrs. Weasley hesitated. I can't promise that unconditionally. If you're in some kind of trouble, I'm not in trouble, Harry interrupted. I'm just, important to some people. People who want to control me. Understanding dawned in Mrs. Weasley's eyes. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Harry's silence was answer enough. Mrs. Weasley exhaled slowly. Sweet Merlin. All this time. The whole wizarding world has been searching for years, and you've been sitting at my kitchen table eating treacle tart. Are you going to turn me in? Harry asked, tense and ready to bolt. Turn you in? You're not a criminal, Harry. She looked offended at the suggestion. But perhaps we should contact Dumbledore. He's been so worried, no. Harry's vehemence startled them both. Please, Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore wants to send me back to my Muggle relatives. They hate me. They kept me in a cupboard. A cupboard? Mrs. Weasley looked horrified. Surely not. It's true. And when I ran away and was found by another wizard family, Dumbledore came and insisted I had to go back, for my protection. But I won't go back there. I won't. Mrs. Weasley's motherly instincts visibly warred with her respect for authority. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard, Harry. If he thinks he doesn't know what it's like there, Harry insisted. Or he doesn't care. Either way, I'm not going back. A long silence followed. Mrs. Weasley absently traced patterns on the wooden tabletop, deep in thought. Finally, she looked up. You can't keep running forever, Harry. You're just a child. I've managed 4 years so far, Harry pointed out. Yes, and how many homes have you fled in the middle of the night? How many names have you used? That's no life for a boy. Harry couldn't argue with that. The constant fear of discovery, the inability to form lasting attachments, the lies upon lies, it was exhausting. What if, Mrs. Weasley said carefully, there was another option? Not the Dursleys, not running, but somewhere else entirely. Harry frowned. Like where? I have a second cousin who married a French wizard. They live in a small magical community near Marseille. Very private people, not connected to British wizarding politics at all. She leaned forward. What if you went there for a while? Just until we can sort things out properly here. You'd help me leave the country? Harry asked incredulously. I'd help you find safety and stability, Mrs. Weasley corrected. Which clearly you haven't had. And I'd do it without immediately involving those you don't trust, though eventually, Harry, proper authorities will need to know. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than Harry had hoped for when caught mid-escape. Your cousins wouldn't mind taking in a strange kid? Celeste and Laurent have no children of their own. They've often expressed interest in hosting one of mine for a summer to learn French. She smiled slightly. I'll simply tell them I'm sending a different child than they expected. Harry considered the offer. France would be beyond the immediate reach of the British ministry. A new country meant new places to learn about, new magic to observe. And Mrs. Weasley would be the only person who knew where he was. Okay, he agreed cautiously. When? Tomorrow. I'll make arrangements in the morning. As for Mr. Crouch's visit, I'll simply tell him the truth as the family knows it, that Colin Pruitt's parents collected him unexpectedly in the night. She gave Harry a significant look. Which means you'll need to be gone before everyone wakes up. Harry nodded, understanding the delicate position she was in. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I've really loved staying with your family. Her eyes softened. You're welcome back anytime, dear. As yourself, when you're ready. She stood up. Now, I'll write you a note for Celeste and prepare some food for your journey. You should try to get a few hours sleep. As he climbed the stairs back to Ron's room, Harry felt lighter than he had in years. For once, his departure wasn't a desperate escape but a planned transition. And someone, an adult he trusted, knew who he really was and was helping him anyway. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it was a step towards something better than constant flight. 6 months later, a tanned, slightly taller Harry Potter sat on a stone wall overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, reading a French magical theory book. His current appearance, olive skin, wavy black hair, brown eyes, reflected his Pierre Delacour identity, supposedly a distant relative of Laurent's friend's family. Pierre. There you are. Harry looked up to see Laurent Moreau approaching, his robes flapping in the sea breeze. At 45, Laurent was a tall, thin man with a neatly trimmed beard and kind eyes. A potions researcher by profession, he'd welcomed Harry into his home with genuine warmth, delighted to have a young mind to mentor. Reading again? Laurent asked in French, sitting beside Harry on the wall. "You are the most studious child I've ever met." Harry smiled. "It's interesting. The theory of transference in potions is different from what English books describe. That's because French magical tradition emphasizes the alchemical foundations more heavily," Laurent explained. "Nicolas Flamel's influence on our educational approach remains strong, even 6 centuries later." This was what Harry loved about living with the Moreaus. Unlike most adults who dismissed children's intellectual curiosity, Laurent and Celeste treated his questions with respect, encouraging his voracious appetite for knowledge. The past 6 months had been transformative. Beyond the obvious benefits of safety and stability, Harry had gained fluency in French, a basic understanding of alchemy and advanced potions theory, and exposure to a completely different magical tradition. The small wizarding community of Mer de Lumière was nothing like British magical settlements. Built into a cliff face overlooking the sea, it was a harmonious blend of magical and natural elements. Homes were carved into the rock, expanded internally with space-enhancing charms. Gardens grew vertically up the cliff in magically engineered terraces. The community shared resources and knowledge freely, gathering weekly for communal meals where magical theory was debated as casually as Quidditch scores. "Celeste is preparing a special dinner tonight," Laurent said, interrupting Harry's thoughts. "Her sister and nieces are visiting from Paris. Should I help with anything?" Harry offered. Laurent laughed. "Only if you wish to face Celeste's wrath for interfering in her kitchen. No, I came to warn you that her nieces can be overwhelming. Especially young Fleur, who has recently discovered her Vila heritage affects boys." "Vila?" Harry asked, the term unfamiliar. "Magical beings of extraordinary beauty and power," Laurent explained. "Celeste's sister married a half-Vila, so the children have the blood. You'll understand when you meet them." Later that evening, Harry understood perfectly. Fleur Delacour, at 11 years old, was already stunningly beautiful, with silvery blonde hair and a grace that seemed impossible for a child. Her younger sister Gabrielle, just 4, showed the same ethereal qualities in miniature. More interesting than their beauty, however, was the strange effect Fleur had on Laurent. The normally articulate man became slightly flustered around her, his speech patterns shifting to more simplistic structures. Harry, to his surprise, felt only a mild warmth when near the girl, nothing like the obvious discomfort Laurent experienced. After dinner, while the adults conversed in the sitting room and Gabrielle played with enchanted toys, Fleur approached Harry in the small library alcove where he'd retreated with a book. "You are not affected by my allure," she stated in French, her tone accusing. Harry looked up, startled. "Excuse me?" "My Vila allure," Fleur clarified, sitting across from him. "It does not make you stupid like most males." "Is it supposed to?" Harry asked curiously. Fleur shrugged, the gesture impossibly elegant for a child. "According to Maman, males typically become foolish or overly eager to impress when exposed to Vila allure. Yet you simply treat me like a normal person." "Maybe I'm just weird," Harry suggested, marking his page. "Maybe." Fleur studied him intently. "Or maybe you have secrets of your own. I think there is something different about you, Pierre Delacour." "You are not really a Delacour, are you?" Harry tensed. "What makes you say that?" "I know all my relatives," Fleur said simply. "Even the distant ones. And none of them have a son named Pierre." "I'm very distant," Harry hedged. "From the British branch." "There is no British branch," Fleur countered. "The Delacour family has been exclusively French for 9 generations." Harry's mind raced. He'd been careless, accepting an identity without thoroughly researching it first. "Look, I don't care who you really are," Fleur interrupted. "I just wanted to know if my instincts were correct." They were. She smiled, satisfied. "Your secret is safe with me, not Pierre." Harry wasn't sure whether to be alarmed or relieved. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fleur stood gracefully. In return, perhaps you can explain how you resist the allure. It would be useful knowledge. I honestly don't know, Harry admitted. I didn't even realize anything was supposed to happen. Fleur considered this. Interesting. Perhaps we can experiment while I'm here. For scientific purposes. Despite his concerns about Fleur's discovery, Harry found himself warming to the girl's straightforward approach. Unlike most children their age, she seemed to respect boundaries and intelligence, qualities Harry deeply appreciated. Over the next week, Harry and Fleur developed an unlikely friendship. She attempted various levels of allure, while Harry honestly reported minimal effects. In exchange, Harry taught her some of the more obscure magical theory he'd absorbed from Laurent's library. Your knowledge is impressive for someone our age, Fleur commented as they walked along the beach. Almost as if you've been studying intensively for years. Harry shrugged. I like learning. No, it's more than that. Fleur stopped walking, fixing him with her penetrating gaze. You learn like someone who needs knowledge to survive. The observation hit uncomfortably close to home. Before Harry could formulate a response, a silvery owl swooped down, dropping a letter at his feet before flying off. Harry recognized Celeste's personal stationery immediately. Frowning, he opened the envelope. Pierre, return home immediately. Do not delay. Visitors from Britain have arrived asking questions. Laurent is distracting them, but you must not be seen. See, cold fear gripped Harry's chest. After 6 peaceful months, his past had found him again. What is it? Fleur asked, noting his expression. I have to go, Harry said tersely, already turning toward the cliff path. Now. I'll come with you, Fleur decided, falling into step beside him. No. Harry said sharply. It's not safe. Fleur raised an eyebrow. Not safe. Now I'm definitely coming. Harry didn't have time to argue. They raced up the winding path toward the Moreau home, Harry's mind whirling with escape plans. Who had found him? Dumbledore? The Ministry? How had they traced him to France? As they approached the house from the rear garden, Harry pulled Fleur behind a large flowering bush. Through the kitchen window, he could see Laurent speaking with 2 robed figures, a tall black man and a woman with spiky purple hair. Aurors, Fleur whispered. British ones, based on their robes. How do you know? Harry asked. My father works with the International Confederation. I recognize the insignia. She peered more closely. They don't seem aggressive, at least. Indeed, the conversation appeared civil, with Laurent gesturing expansively as if giving a tour. But the female Auror's eyes kept scanning the room, clearly searching for something, or someone. I need to get inside without being seen, Harry murmured, more to himself than Fleur. My things are upstairs. Use the service entrance, Fleur suggested. Through the greenhouse. The door connects directly to the back stairs. Harry shot her a grateful look. You should stay here. Plausible deniability. Don't be absurd, Fleur scoffed. I'll create a diversion if needed. They crept around to the greenhouse attached to the east side of the house. True to Fleur's suggestion, a small door led to a narrow staircase used primarily by the house elf. Harry ascended silently, Fleur close behind. Reaching the upper hall, Harry could hear voices from the sitting room below. Appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Moreau, a deep male voice was saying. But our information very specifically indicated a child matching this description was staying in this area. As I said, Auror Shacklebolt, the only child here is my wife's grandnephew, Pierre, Laurent replied smoothly. You're welcome to meet him, of course, but I assure you he is not your missing British boy. Harry reached his bedroom and quickly grabbed his emergency pack, always prepared, never unpacked completely even after months of safety. He added a few new books and the handsome cloak Celeste had given him for Christmas. They're looking for you specifically, Fleur whispered from the doorway where she kept watch. Why? Are you a criminal? No, Harry replied, continuing to gather essentials. Just important to the wrong people. Important how? Before Harry could answer, not that he planned to, the female Auror's voice drifted up from below. I'll just use your facilities, if you don't mind. Been a long journey. Second floor, first door on the right, Celeste's voice directed. Footsteps on the main staircase sent Harry into silent panic. The purple-haired Auror was coming upstairs, directly toward where they stood. Fleur reacted instantly. The window, she hissed. Go now. I'll stall her. But, go. Fleur pushed him toward the window. I'll find you later. The footsteps reached the landing. Out of time, Harry unlatched the window and climbed onto the narrow ledge outside. With one last grateful look at Fleur, he shimmied along the ledge toward the large oak tree that stood near the corner of the house. Behind him, he heard Fleur exit his room and collide deliberately with the approaching Auror. Oh! Je suis désolé. Fleur exclaimed dramatically. I wasn't looking where I was going. It's all right, kid, the female Auror replied in heavily accented French. No harm done. What are you doing up here alone? Harry didn't hear Fleur's response as he reached the oak tree and carefully maneuvered onto its sturdiest branch. From there, it was a relatively easy climb down. The moment his feet touched the ground, he transformed, not just his facial features but his entire body structure, becoming a slender blonde girl in a blue dress, the kind of child no one would connect to Pierre Delacour or Harry Potter. Heart pounding, he walked calmly toward the village center, forcing himself not to run. Running attracted attention. Walking purposefully, as if you belonged, was the key to invisibility in plain sight. Only when he reached the small magical shopping district did Harry pause to consider his next move. He couldn't return to the Moreaus, the Aurors would likely monitor their home. He couldn't contact Mrs. Weasley without risking exposure of her involvement. He had enough money for a few weeks if he was careful, but where should he go? Back to Britain? To another European country? How far would Dumbledore's influence reach? As he stood deliberating near a fountain in the village square, a silvery flash caught his eye. A tiny paper crane, enchanted to glow slightly, landed on the fountain's edge beside him. Looking around cautiously, Harry unfolded it. North path behind apothecary. 10 minutes. Come alone. F. Fleur. Somehow she'd managed to get away from the Aurors and send him this message. Harry checked his watch, a gift from Laurent for his 8th birthday, though he was closer to 9 now. He had just enough time to purchase a few supplies before meeting her. 10 minutes later, Harry approached the designated meeting spot, still in his blonde girl disguise. The narrow path behind the apothecary led toward a small grove of olive trees often used by local children for games. You can change back now, Fleur's voice called softly from behind a tree. They're still at the house, but they haven't started searching the village yet. Harry hesitated. How did you know I changed? Fleur stepped into view, looking unfazed. I saw you climbing down the tree, and then suddenly a blonde girl walked away. It wasn't difficult to connect the rather obvious dots. She studied him with new interest. So that's your secret. You're a Metamorphmagus. Seeing no point in denial, Harry nodded, shifting back to his Pierre appearance. That explains your resistance to Vila Allure, Fleur said thoughtfully. Metamorphmagi have natural mental shields associated with their self-image control. It's documented in Castillon's Treatise on Magical Beings. I didn't know that, Harry admitted, impressed despite himself. Now, Fleur continued briskly, who are you really, and why are British Aurors searching for you? Harry weighed his options. Fleur had helped him escape, kept his Metamorphmagus ability secret, and seemed genuinely unconcerned with exposing him. But revealing his true identity was a risk he'd rarely taken. If I tell you, he said slowly, it puts you in danger too. Knowledge has consequences. I'm already involved, Fleur pointed out. I just helped a suspected missing person evade authorities. Either trust me completely or not at all. Put that way, Harry couldn't argue. My real name is Harry Potter. To her credit, Fleur didn't gasp or exclaim. Her eyes widened slightly, then she nodded. The British boy who survived the killing curse. The one who disappeared 4 years ago. Yes. Why are you running from your own people? They consider you a hero. Harry gave her the condensed version, the Dursleys' mistreatment, his Metamorphmagus awakening, his escape, Dumbledore's insistence on returning him to his abusive relatives, and his subsequent years of hiding under various identities. Fleur listened intently, asking occasional clarifying questions. When he finished, she sat in thoughtful silence for a moment. You need a more permanent solution, she finally said. You can't keep running forever. I know, Harry admitted. But what choice do I have? You could claim asylum in France, Fleur suggested. My father has contacts in the French ministry. If a case could be made that Britain was returning a magical child to abusive Muggle guardians, Dumbledore has too much international influence, Harry interrupted. He'd find a way around it. Perhaps, Fleur acknowledged. What about a binding magical contract? One that establishes appropriate wizarding guardianship without revealing your location? Harry considered this. Is that possible? I'm not certain, Fleur admitted. But my father would know. He specializes in international magical law. I can't involve more people, Harry said reluctantly. The more who know, the greater the risk. Fleur looked frustrated. Then what is your plan? More running. More hiding. More false names. For now, yes, Harry said firmly. At least until I'm older and can legally make my own decisions. That's years away. I know. Harry sighed. Look, I appreciate your help, but this is my problem. I've managed so far. Fleur's expression softened. At least let me help you get safely away from here. The Aurors will eventually search the village. Where would I go? Paris, Fleur decided. It's large enough to disappear in, has multiple magical districts, and I can show you safe places to stay temporarily. Harry hesitated. Won't your parents worry if you disappear? I'll send them a message saying I'm showing Pierre around the city. She smiled mischievously. It's not even a lie, technically. Against his better judgment, Harry found himself agreeing. Fleur's confidence was contagious, and having an ally who knew the country would be invaluable. We'll take the public floor from the café, Fleur decided. But first, you should change your appearance again. Something completely different from Pierre. Harry nodded, concentrating. His features shifted to those of a pale boy with sandy hair and freckles, a generic appearance unlikely to draw attention. Impressive, Fleur acknowledged. What name will you use? Harry considered. Thomas. Thomas Laurent. A small tribute to the man who had taught him so much over the past 6 months. Very well, Thomas. Fleur extended her hand formally. Shall we embark on this adventure together? Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. Fleur's dramatic flair was oddly comforting. Lead the way. The trip to Paris proved surprisingly straightforward. Fleur handled the flu arrangements with the confidence of someone much older, explaining to the café owner that they were meeting her mother in the city. Within an hour, they emerged from a fashionable wizarding boutique's fireplace in the heart of magical Paris. Welcome to Passage de Merveilles, Fleur announced. The largest wizarding district in France. Harry gaped at the spectacular glass-roofed arcade stretching before them. Unlike Diagon Alley's medieval charm, the passage was a testament to elegant Belle Époque architecture, all wrought iron, glass, and marble. Witches and wizards in fashionable robes strolled between high-end shops, while enchanted fountains played musical water displays. It's incredible, Harry breathed. This is just the main shopping arcade, Fleur said dismissively. The residential districts and academic quarters are even more impressive. She led him through the bustling passage, pointing out landmarks and explaining the district's organization. Unlike Britain's single magical shopping street, Paris's magical community occupied an entire network of hidden passages, squares, and courtyards, accessible through various enchanted entrances throughout the city. "Where are we going?" Harry asked as they turned onto a quieter side passage. "To see my grandmother," Fleur replied. "She keeps a small apartment here for when she visits the city. No one will look for you there." "Your grandmother? I thought we weren't involving more people." "Grandmere is different," Fleur assured him. "She doesn't concern herself with wizarding politics or authorities. She barely acknowledges the French ministry exists, let alone the British one." The apartment was located above a specialized wandmaker's shop, accessed through a discreet side door. Fleur tapped the doorknob with her wand, a recent acquisition, she explained proudly, and whispered something in a language Harry didn't recognize. The door swung open to reveal a surprisingly spacious interior decorated in a style that somehow managed to be both opulent and tasteful: silk draperies, antique furniture, and walls lined with impressionist paintings that moved subtly, clouds drifting across skies and flowers swaying in painted breezes. "Grandmere?" Fleur called. "Say Fleur. Amin un ami." A rustle from the adjoining room preceded the entrance of one of the most striking women Harry had ever seen. Tall and willowy, with silver-white hair cascading down her back despite her apparent age, Fleur's grandmother moved with ethereal grace. "Fleur," she greeted in a melodious voice, kissing her granddaughter's cheeks. "What mischief brings you to Paris unannounced?" Her eyes, piercing blue like Fleur's, shifted to Harry. "And with a companion who wears a face not his own." Harry started. "How did you, Vila, see beyond surface illusions, young shapeshifter," she explained. "I am Isabelle Delacour." "And you are?" "He's Harry Potter, Grandmere," Fleur interjected. "And he needs sanctuary." Isabelle raised one perfect eyebrow. "The British child of prophecy. How unexpected." She gestured to a sitting area. "Come, both of you. Tell me why Harry Potter hides in France under false identities." Over tea served by an ancient house elf, Fleur explained the situation: Harry's years of hiding, the horrors at the Moreau home, and their improvised escape to Paris. Isabelle listened without interruption, her ageless face betraying no surprise. When Fleur finished, she turned to Harry. "Show me your true face, child." Hesitantly, Harry let his transformation fade, revealing his natural appearance: black hair, green eyes, and the lightning bolt scar. Isabelle studied him intently. "You have your mother's eyes," she observed. "I met Lily Evans once, at an international charms symposium." "Brilliant witch. You knew my mother?" Harry asked eagerly. "Briefly. She presented a fascinating paper on protective charm theory, quite revolutionary at the time." Isabelle sipped her tea. She would not have wanted her child raised by magic-hating muggles, regardless of what Albus Dumbledore might claim about blood protections. Harry stared at her. "You know about that? The magical community is smaller than you might think, especially at higher levels. Dumbledore's decision to place you with Petunia Dursley was controversial among those aware of it." She set down her cup. "You may stay here as long as necessary, Harry Potter. This apartment is under Fidelius' charm with myself as secret keeper. No one will find you unless I choose to reveal your presence." Relief washed over Harry. "Thank you, Madame Delacour." "Call me Isabelle," she corrected. "Now, we must send word to the Moreaus that you are safe, and to Fleur's parents explaining her absence. Then we will discuss your longer-term options." For the next week, Harry experienced a different side of magical life in Isabelle's elegant apartment. The elderly Vila, while not conventionally warm, proved to be an engaging hostess and an inexhaustible source of magical knowledge. "The British approach to education is frustratingly compartmentalized," she remarked during one of their evening discussions. Dividing magic into rigid subjects, transfiguration, charms, potions, obscures the fundamental interconnectedness of magical theory. Laurent said something similar, Harry noted. He taught me that potions are really just material expressions of the same energies used in wand work. Precisely. Isabelle looked pleased. Laurent Moreau is more enlightened than most British-trained wizards. Perhaps because his grandmother was Spanish, continental magical education tends to emphasize theoretical foundations more heavily. These conversations fascinated Harry. Each wizarding household he'd stayed with had offered different perspectives on magic, different pieces of the vast puzzle he was assembling in his mind. Fleur returned to her family after 2 days, but not before extracting a promise from Harry to write, through her grandmother as intermediary. "You need allies, Harry Potter," she'd said firmly. "Isolation may feel safer, but connections, the right connections, provide strength." Messages from the Moreaus arrived, expressing relief at his safety and regret that their home was no longer secure for him. The Aurors had departed after a thorough but fruitless search, but Laurent warned they might return. It was better for Pierre to remain missing for now. As his second week in Paris drew to a close, Harry reluctantly broached the subject of leaving with Isabelle. "I can't stay hidden in your apartment forever," he said over breakfast. "And I should move on before I bring trouble to your doorstep." Isabelle regarded him thoughtfully. "Where will you go?" "Back to Britain, I think," Harry decided. "The Aurors will be looking for me abroad now. Sometimes the safest place to hide is right under their noses." "A reasonable strategy," Isabelle agreed. "But you will need resources and connections." She withdrew an elegant ivory card from her robes, inscribing something on it with a silver quill. "Take this to Gringotts in London," she instructed, handing him the card. "Ask for account manager Nagnock and present this introduction. I hold certain investments with the goblins, they will assist you on my recommendation." Harry accepted the card reverently. "I don't know how to thank you." "Live well and learn deeply," Isabelle said simply. "Magic is a gift and a responsibility. Use it wisely." She paused. "And perhaps visit an old woman occasionally when your adventures permit." Harry smiled. "I'd like that." 2 days later, Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, watching families bid farewell to students boarding the Hogwarts Express. His current disguise, a brown-haired boy with glasses, accompanying a fictitious older sibling, allowed him to observe the platform without suspicion. He'd returned to Britain via a series of carefully planned transportation changes, entering as a French tourist child before transforming again once safely in London. His first stop had been Gringotts, where Isabelle's introduction had secured him a private meeting with Nagnock. The goblin had been surprisingly accommodating. "Madame Delacour is a valued client," he'd explained. "And goblins care little for wizarding politics or missing children, so long as banking regulations are observed." With Nagnock's assistance, Harry had established a small account under the name Thomas Black, a nod to his godfather, whose existence he'd recently discovered through overhearing Auror conversations at the Moreaus. The account was linked to an enchanted pouch that would allow him to withdraw funds without visiting the bank, a significant advantage for someone in hiding. Now, watching the Hogwarts Express prepare to depart, Harry felt a twinge of longing. In 2 years, he would be 11, old enough to attend Hogwarts himself. Would he still be living in shadows then? Or would he find a way to reclaim his identity on his own terms? A flash of red hair caught his attention. The Weasley family was gathered near the train, Mrs. Weasley fussing over what appeared to be new school robes for Percy. Ron stood slightly apart, looking bored. Harry felt a pang of nostalgia for the months he'd spent as Colin, playing chess with Ron and listening to Quidditch strategies. Mrs. Weasley glanced up, her eyes scanning the crowd in a way that suggested she wasn't just watching her children. Harry realized with a start that she was looking for him, or rather, looking for signs of him, knowing he might be anywhere, wearing any face. For a brief, mad moment, he considered approaching her, revealing himself. She had tried to help him, after all, arranging his escape to France. But the platform was too public, too risky. Dumbledore's allies might be watching. Instead, Harry turned away, blending back into the crowd of families. His next destination was already planned, a small wizarding village in northern England where he'd arranged temporary lodging as Thomas, supposedly a homeschooled wizard child staying with relatives. As he left the platform, Harry reflected on how much he'd learned in his years of hiding. Not just about magic and different wizarding cultures, but about himself. Each new identity, each new family he'd stayed with, had taught him something valuable. He was more than just the boy who lived. He was a Metamorphmagus with a unique perspective formed by living 1,000 different lives. And someday, when he was ready, when he'd gathered enough knowledge and strength, he would face Dumbledore and the wizarding world as himself, on his own terms. But first, there was a whole country still to explore, and countless more magical secrets to uncover. His journey was far from over. Winter settled heavily over Yorkshire as Harry, now known as Thomas Black, trudged through the snow-covered village of Upper Flagley. 6 months had passed since his return to Britain, and he'd established a comfortable routine in this small northern wizarding settlement. His current residence, a converted attic room above the village's second-hand bookshop, suited him perfectly. The elderly proprietor, Madame Bigelow, was nearly deaf and delighted to have a quiet, book-loving child help around the shop in exchange for reduced rent. She asked few questions, accepting his story about being homeschooled while his uncle traveled for work. The bell above the shop door jingled as Harry entered, stamping snow from his boots. "That you, Thomas?" Madame Bigelow called from behind the counter, her magnifying spectacles making her eyes look owlish. "Good timing. Just got a new delivery of used textbooks from a Hogwarts professor clearing her shelves. Mostly Transfiguration, right up your alley." "Brilliant," Harry replied, genuinely excited. Transfiguration theory had become a particular interest since discovering his Metamorphmagus abilities. Understanding the magical principles behind physical transformation might help him refine his control even further. He spent the afternoon sorting through the new acquisitions, setting aside the most promising volumes for his personal reading. By closing time, he'd identified 3 advanced texts that even his 10-year-old vocabulary couldn't fully tackle yet, but he was determined to try. "Taking these upstairs?" Madame Bigelow asked, noting his selection. Harry nodded. "I'll pay for them from next week's wages." The old woman waved dismissively. "Consider them payment for reorganizing the arithmancy section yesterday. Couldn't have managed those ladders myself." Gratitude warmed Harry as he carried his prizes upstairs to his small but comfortable room. After nearly 5 years of constant movement, having a space that felt somewhat permanent was a luxury. His attic had a bed, a desk, a small enchanted stove for warmth, and most importantly, bookshelves that were slowly filling with his carefully curated collection. After a simple dinner of soup and bread, Harry settled at his desk with Advanced Principles of Physical Transformation by Emeritus Professor Diaphanta McGill. The language was dense and academic, but he developed strategies for tackling difficult texts, read once for general concepts, again for specific terminology, and a third time with a dictionary at hand. 2 hours later, his eyes burning from concentration, Harry closed the book and stretched. Professor McGill's theories about the relationship between mental self-image and physical transformation resonated deeply with his experiences. According to her research, Metamorphmagi possessed an unusually fluid self-concept that allowed them to envision themselves differently without the psychological resistance most wizards experienced. This explained why maintaining transformations had become easier over time. Each identity he created, Evan, Colin, Pierre, Thomas, developed its own mental framework, a persona he could slip into almost effortlessly now. A soft tapping at his window interrupted his reflections. A barn owl perched on the sill, a small scroll tied to its leg. Harry opened the window cautiously. He received regular correspondence from only 2 sources, Fleur Delacour, via her grandmother's secure enchantments, and Laurent Moreau, using a complex series of mail drops. This owl was unfamiliar. Harry untied the scroll with slight trepidation, offering the bird a treat from the supply he kept for postal deliveries. The letter was sealed with plain wax, bearing no identifying crest. Dear Mr. Black, your recent inquiry regarding specialized tutoring has been received with interest. I believe I can offer instruction in the particular areas you mentioned. If agreeable, I will call at Bigelow's tomorrow at 3 p.m. to discuss arrangements. Yours in confidence, A. Tonks. Harry frowned, reading the letter twice more. He'd made no inquiries about tutoring. This was either a mistake or something more concerning. His mind raced through possibilities. A. Tonks could be Aurora Tonks, perhaps the purple-haired woman who'd searched the Moreau home. But how would she have traced him to Yorkshire under yet another identity? Then again, Tonks wasn't necessarily an Aurora name. It could be anyone. The phrasing seemed deliberately vague, as if the writer was being cautious about what they committed to parchment. After careful consideration, Harry decided to meet this mysterious A. Tonks. The appointment was in a public place during business hours. If it seemed suspicious, he could transform and slip away through the shop's back exit, which he'd already established as an emergency escape route, a habit he maintained despite his relatively settled situation. The next day at precisely 3 o'clock, the shop bell jingled. Harry, who had been restocking the herbology section while keeping an eye on the door, watched a middle-aged woman enter. She had light brown hair streaked with gray, an unremarkable face, and wore simple navy blue robes. Nothing about her appearance triggered warning signals, but Harry remained on guard. Good afternoon, the woman greeted Madame Bigelow. I'm here to see Thomas Black. We have an appointment. Oh, you must be the tutor he mentioned, Madame Bigelow replied, to Harry's surprise. He'd said nothing to her about expecting a visitor. Thomas. Your teacher is here. Harry approached cautiously. Hello, Miss Tonks. Mrs. Tonks, actually, she corrected with a friendly smile. Andromeda Tonks. Shall we sit? I brought some curriculum materials to show you. She indicated a small reading nook in the corner of the shop, partially screened by bookshelves. Harry followed, positioning himself with a clear view of both the main door and the back exit. Once seated, Andromeda cast a subtle privacy charm. Don't be alarmed, she said, noting Harry's tensing posture. Just ensuring our conversation remains private. What conversation? Harry asked bluntly. I didn't request any tutoring. Andromeda's smile faded into a more serious expression. No, you didn't. But someone who cares about you suggested you might benefit from specialized instruction. She hesitated. Instruction related to your particular talent. Ice formed in Harry's stomach. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do, Thomas. Or perhaps you prefer I call you by another name. You've used several, I understand. Harry stood abruptly. I should get back to work. My daughter is a Metamorphmagus too, Andromeda said quietly. The statement stopped Harry cold. He slowly sat back down. What? Nymphadora, though she hates when I use her full name. She prefers Tonks, actually. She's the first Metamorphmagus in our family in 7 generations. Andromeda's eyes softened. When she was little, she'd change her hair color every few hours based on her mood. Drove her father mad trying to describe her to his Muggle relatives. Despite his suspicion, Harry felt a pull of curiosity. Another Metamorphmagus. Someone like him. How did you find me? He asked, neither confirming nor denying her implicit accusation. Isabelle Delacour contacted me, Andromeda replied. We're distantly related through marriage. My cousin married into the Black family's French branch, which connects to the Delacours through some complicated alliance 3 centuries ago. She waved a hand dismissively. Pureblood family trees are ridiculously tangled. The point is, she trusts me, and she thought you might benefit from meeting someone who shares your ability. Harry considered this carefully. If Isabelle sent you, she would have given you something to prove it. Something only I would recognize. Andromeda smiled approvingly. Caution. Very good. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small silver brooch shaped like a bird in flight. She said you would recognize this as having been on her mantelpiece in Paris. Harry did recognize it. The brooch had caught his attention during his stay because it occasionally fluttered its wings when no one was looking directly at it. Okay, he conceded. But that doesn't explain why she would reveal my identity after promising to keep it secret. She didn't, not explicitly, Andromeda clarified. She contacted me about a young Metamorphmagus who needed guidance, without naming you. However. She looked at him pointedly. I was an Auror's wife for 20 years and a member of the Black family before that. I'm rather good at connecting dots. Harry remained silent, evaluating. I understand your reluctance to trust me, Andromeda continued. But consider this, if I meant you harm, or intended to report your whereabouts to Dumbledore or the Ministry, I wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. I'd have brought officials with me. Unless you're trying to gain my trust first, Harry pointed out. Andromeda laughed softly. Perceptive and paranoid. You remind me of my cousin Sirius at his best. A shadow passed over her face at the mention of the name. Look, I'm not asking you to reveal your true identity, though I have my suspicions. I'm offering help, practical guidance on controlling and maximizing your Metamorphmagus abilities from someone who's raised a child with the same talent. The mention of Sirius caught Harry's attention. From his research and overheard conversations over the years, he knew Sirius Black was supposedly his godfather, currently imprisoned for betraying Harry's parents. But something in Andromeda's tone suggested a different perspective. What did you mean about Sirius at his best? He asked cautiously. Andromeda's expression turned guarded. That's a complicated matter. One perhaps best discussed if we establish some trust first. She returned to the original topic. My offer is this, weekly lessons on Metamorphmagus techniques, theory, and control. No questions about your past or identity unless you choose to share. No reporting to authorities. And in return, you help Nymphadora with her research occasionally. She's in Auror training and doing an independent study on Metamorphmagus abilities in law enforcement applications. Having another Metamorphmagus to compare notes with would be invaluable to her. Harry weighed the proposal. The opportunity to learn from another Metamorphmagus was tempting. His self-taught techniques had served him well, but formal instruction might reveal capabilities he hadn't discovered on his own. I'd need some assurances, he said finally. No attempts to discover my true identity. No surprise visitors during our sessions. And I choose the meeting locations. Andromeda nodded. Reasonable terms. I suggest we rotate locations for security. Different public places throughout Yorkshire, perhaps. And your daughter wouldn't know who I am either. She'd know you as Thomas, a homeschooled young Metamorphmagus I'm tutoring. Nothing more unless you choose to tell her. Harry extended his hand. Then we have a deal, Mrs. Tonks. Their first proper session took place the following week at a quiet tea shop in Harrogate. Andromeda arrived with a leather satchel full of notes, books, and what appeared to be family photographs. Before we start with techniques, she began after their tea was served, I think it's important you understand the genetic and magical basis of our ability. Most texts on Metamorphmagi are woefully inadequate. Over the next 2 hours, Harry learned more about his rare talent than he'd discovered in 5 years of personal research. According to Andromeda, Metamorphmagi possessed a unique magical connection to their physical form, a connection most wizards accessed only through transfiguration spells and complex potions. Think of it as having an internal transfiguration spell constantly at your disposal, she explained. What takes most wizards years of study and a wand, you can do instinctively. But there are limitations, Harry noted, recalling times when his transformations had been difficult to maintain or control. Absolutely. The most significant being that you can only transform yourself, not others, and you remain fundamentally human. No wings, no extra limbs, no non-humanoid features beyond very minor cosmetic elements. She showed him photographs of Nymphadora at various ages, demonstrating the progression of control from childhood, chaotic, emotion-driven changes, to adolescence, deliberate but inconsistent transformations, to her current adult mastery, precise, sustained alterations. The key developmental hurdle comes during puberty, Andromeda explained. Hormonal changes can wreak havoc on transformation control. Many Metamorphmagi actually lose their abilities temporarily during this period. Harry frowned. That could be problematic. Which is why starting training now is crucial, Andromeda agreed. Establishing strong mental frameworks before those changes begin will help you maintain control through the transition. The practical portion of the lesson focused on fine control exercises, transforming individual features while maintaining others, holding transformations under emotional stress, and developing a clear mental anchor of one's base form to return to when needed. Your natural appearance should always be your foundation, Andromeda emphasized. Without that anchor, Metamorphmagi can develop identity dissociation. What's that? Harry asked, concerned. Essentially, losing the sense of who you truly are beneath the transformations. It's rare but documented in cases where Metamorphmagi spend too much time in altered forms, particularly during formative years. Her eyes studied him carefully. Have you experienced confusion about your base form? Difficulty remembering or returning to it? Harry shifted uncomfortably. The truth was, he sometimes did struggle to recall exactly how he naturally looked. After years of constant transformations, his original appearance felt almost like just another disguise. Sometimes, he admitted. Especially when I've been maintaining a transformation for months. Andromeda's expression turned concerned. That's exactly the issue I was afraid of. You've been using your ability extensively at an age when identity formation is critical. She reached into her bag and withdrew a small mirror in an ornate silver frame. This is for you. It's a true reflection mirror, a family heirloom. Unlike ordinary mirrors, it always shows your natural form, regardless of transformations. Harry accepted the mirror hesitantly. When he looked into it, his actual face stared back, black hair, green eyes, lightning scar, despite his current, Thomas, appearance. Keep this with you, Andromeda instructed. Look into it daily to reinforce your base identity. It's important for your magical and psychological health. The mirror was the first of many practical tools and techniques Andromeda provided over the weeks that followed. Their lessons continued through the winter and into spring, meeting at different locations throughout Yorkshire to maintain security. Harry proved an apt student, quickly mastering exercises that had taken young Nymphadora months to perfect. His years of practical experience, though self-taught, had established a strong foundation for the formal techniques Andromeda introduced. As promised, she never pressed for details about his true identity, though Harry occasionally caught her studying him with a knowing look when she thought he wasn't paying attention. Their conversations gradually expanded beyond Metamorphmagus training to include general magical theory, wizarding history, and even some basic defensive spells that she taught him, purely theoretically, of course, since he was still underage. By early summer, Harry had progressed to what Andromeda called partial transformations, altering one part of his body while leaving the rest unchanged, a technique particularly useful for quick disguise adjustments without the magical signature of a complete transformation. You're advancing faster than I expected, Andromeda commented during a lesson in a secluded corner of York's museum gardens. Nymphadora didn't achieve this level of control until she was 13. I've had more practice, Harry pointed out. Necessity is motivating. Indeed. Andromeda hesitated. Speaking of Nymphadora, she's been asking to meet you. Would you be comfortable with that? Harry tensed. I thought our agreement was, it still stands, Andromeda assured him. She knows you only as Thomas, my private student. But as the only other Metamorphmagus she's ever met, she's naturally curious. And her research has progressed to the point where comparing notes with another Metamorphmagus would be valuable. Harry considered the request. Meeting another Metamorphmagus, someone who truly understood his ability, was tempting. But Nymphadora was an Auror trainee, which made her inherently risky to his continued anonymity. I'm not sure, he hedged. She wouldn't be coming as an Auror, Andromeda emphasized, sensing his concern. Just as a fellow Metamorphmagus. And she's quite skilled at discretion, despite her occasionally impulsive nature. After further deliberation, Harry cautiously agreed to a single meeting at a location of his choosing. He selected a Muggle cafe in Leeds, reasoning that a non-magical setting would provide additional security against wizarding detection methods. The following Saturday, Harry arrived early, choosing a table with a clear view of both the entrance and emergency exit. He'd modified his Thomas disguise slightly, making his hair a shade darker and adding a small mole near his right eye, subtle changes that maintained continuity while providing an additional layer of disguise. At precisely 2 o'clock, Andromeda entered, accompanied by a young woman with vibrant pink hair. Harry blinked in surprise. He'd expected Nymphadora to maintain a conventional appearance in public. Sorry about the hair, Nymphadora said cheerfully as she slid into the seat across from him, correctly interpreting his expression. I tried for brown, but I'm rubbish at subtle when I'm excited. First time meeting another metamorph and all that. Nymphadora, Andromeda sighed. We discussed maintaining a low profile. It's Tonks, Mom. How many times do I have to tell you? She turned back to Harry. Watcher, Thomas. Brilliant to meet you. Despite his initial wariness, Harry found himself warming to Tonks immediately. Her straightforward, energetic manner was refreshing after years of careful interactions. Nice to meet you too, he replied. Your mother's been a great teacher. Course she has. Dead strict, though, isn't she? Always going on about maintaining your anchor identity and focus exercises. Tonks mimicked her mother's more formal tone. Which kept you from getting stuck with pig snouts and duck bills permanently, Andromeda pointed out dryly. Tonks grinned at Harry. True enough. Don't tell her, but the exercises actually work. She leaned forward conspiratorially. So, how long have you known you were a Metamorphmagus? The conversation flowed surprisingly easily from there. Tonks shared stories of Metamorphmagus mishaps during her Hogwarts years, accidentally mimicking professors' appearances, getting stuck with partially transformed features before exams, using her abilities for elaborate pranks. The best was when I impersonated all 4 heads of house in one day, she recounted. Had Snape taking points from Slytherin before anyone realized it wasn't really him. Harry laughed, momentarily forgetting his usual caution. Weren't you terrified of getting caught? Petrified. But so worth it. Her hair shifted to a smug orange. Got 3 weeks detention, but became a legend in the process. As Andromeda stepped away to order more tea, Tonks lowered her voice. Mum says you've been using your abilities practically since you could walk. Self-taught, mostly. That's seriously impressive. Harry shrugged. I had to learn quickly. It was important. For hiding, you mean? He tensed. What makes you say that? Experience, Tonks replied simply. Most metamorphs either show off or hide. I was a shower-offer, obviously. But you've got the look of someone who's spent time invisible. Someone who watches exits, sits with his back to walls, notices everything. Her expression turned unexpectedly serious. Someone running from something. I'm not, relax, she interrupted gently. I'm not asking who or what. Just making an observation. She absently stirred her tea. People think being a Metamorphmagus is all fun and games, pink hair and funny noses. They don't understand the identity issues, the way people treat you differently when they know what you are. Harry nodded, surprised by her insight. That's why I'm going into disguise specialization at Auror training, she continued. Figured I might as well use what makes me different to do something worthwhile. Do you ever? Harry hesitated. Do you ever forget who you really are? Under all the changes? Tonks studied him thoughtfully. Sometimes. Especially during my 5th and 6th years at Hogwarts. I was changing so often, trying on different versions of myself to see what fit. Mum noticed before I did, said I was dissociating from my base identity. What did you do? What Mum told me to do. Spent time every day looking at my natural face in the mirror. Started a journal where I wrote about thoughts and feelings as just me, not whatever persona I was wearing. She smiled wryly. It helped, actually. Though I'd never admit that to her. Their conversation continued for nearly 3 hours, covering everything from practical Metamorphmagus techniques to the psychological aspects of their shared ability. Tonks shared research she discovered in the Auror training archives, including historical accounts of Metamorphmagi who had served as spies during various wizarding conflicts. There was this one bloke during the Grindelwald era, she explained excitedly. Gregory Finch. He maintained 7 different identities simultaneously for years, gathering intelligence across Europe. Had a whole system for keeping his covers separate, different wands, different handwriting, even different magical signatures through specialized training. Is that possible? Harry asked, fascinated. Altering your magical signature? Partially, Tonks confirmed. Not completely changing it, but masking certain aspects. Finch developed meditation techniques that allowed him to channel his magic differently depending on which identity he was using. Harry filed this information away, potentially invaluable for his continued evasion of magical detection. As the afternoon wound down, Tonks stretched and sighed. I should get back to London. Early training tomorrow, dueling practice with Mad-Eye Moody, who somehow always knows when I've been out late. It was really good meeting you, Harry said sincerely. I've never talked to anyone who actually understands what it's like. Same here. Tonks hesitated. Look, I know you're careful about contacts and all, but if you ever need anything, advice, help, whatever, you can reach me. She scribbled something on a napkin. This address connects to a secure post box. Only I check it. Harry accepted the napkin, touched by the offer. Thanks. As they prepared to leave, Tonks pulled him aside for a moment. One more thing. Whatever you're hiding from, whoever you're hiding from, just remember that you get to decide who you are. Not your ability, not your circumstances, not your past. You. Her hair shifted to a calm blue. Took me a long time to figure that out. Thought it might save you some trouble. The meeting with Tonks marked a turning point for Harry. Though he maintained his caution and continued his disguised existence as Thomas Black, her words about identity resonated deeply. She had found balance, using her Metamorphmagus abilities while maintaining a clear sense of self. Could he do the same? Could he reclaim his true identity without becoming defined by it, by the fame, the expectations, the boy who lived legacy? Over the following months, Harry continued his lessons with Andromeda while initiating a cautious correspondence with Tonks. Her letters, filled with anecdotes about Auror training and new Metamorphmagus techniques she discovered in historical texts, became a welcome connection to the wider wizarding world. Through this connection, Harry also gained valuable intelligence about the ongoing search for Harry Potter. According to Tonks, the official ministry efforts had been significantly scaled back over the years, with only periodic reviews of potential sightings. Dumbledore, however, maintained his own network of searchers, primarily Order of the Phoenix members who had never stopped looking. Interesting contradiction in the search parameters, Tonks wrote in one letter. Ministry's looking for a scared, possibly magically stunted kid. Dumbledore's people are watching for signs of unusual magical ability and adaptability. Almost like the old man knows something the others don't. This confirmed Harry's suspicion that Dumbledore was aware of his Metamorphmagus abilities, likely from his brief time with the Follies years ago. It explained why conventional search methods had failed, and why Dumbledore's agent seemed to come closest to finding him during instances of complex magical activity. As his 11th birthday approached in July, Harry faced a critical decision. His Hogwarts letter would be coming, addressed, he presumed, to his real name and perhaps even his current location. What would he do when it arrived? Ignore it and continue hiding? Accept it and return to the wizarding world as Harry Potter? Or attempt to attend under his Thomas Black identity? The question consumed his thoughts during his final lesson with Andromeda before her family's summer holiday. "You seem distracted today," she observed as they practiced partial transfiguration techniques in a secluded corner of Harlow Car Gardens. "Just thinking about the future," Harry replied vaguely. Andromeda studied him thoughtfully. "You'll be 11 soon, won't you?" Harry nodded, unsurprised she had deduced his approximate age from their months of interaction. "Hogwarts age," she noted. "Will you be attending?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "It would be complicated. Because of who you are." When Harry's head snapped up in alarm, she smiled gently. "Thomas, I've suspected since our first meeting. I've never pressed because it wasn't relevant to our work together, and because you clearly had reasons for secrecy. But I'm not blind or stupid." Harry remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. "You don't have to say anything," Andromeda continued. "But whatever you decide about school, know that you have options. Hogwarts isn't the only magical academy, and formal education isn't the only path to magical proficiency." She paused. "Though I will say that isolation, however safe it feels, eventually becomes its own prison." Her words stayed with Harry long after the lesson ended. That evening, sitting in his attic room surrounded by books and notes from his years of informal magical education, he reached a decision. It was time to stop running. Time to face the wizarding world on his own terms, armed with all he had learned, all the perspectives he had gained, all the identities he had worn. But he would do it carefully, strategically. Not as a lost boy returning to Dumbledore's carefully arranged plan, but as a young wizard who had carved his own path and would continue to do so. Harry Potter would return to the wizarding world and attend Hogwarts. But first, there were preparations to make and precautions to take. He began by writing letters, to Fleur Delacour in France, to Laurent and Celeste Moreau, to Isabelle, and finally to Tonks. Not revealing his true identity to those who didn't already know it, but establishing contingency communications and potential safe harbors if things went wrong. Next, he secured his financial independence. A final visit to Gringotts as Thomas Black arranged for his modest savings to be transferable to his true identity when needed. The goblins, interested only in financial matters and famously discreet about their clients' affairs, asked no inconvenient questions. Harry then turned his attention to his accumulated knowledge and possessions. The books, notes, and magical items he'd collected over years of moving between wizarding households needed to be preserved but couldn't all come with him to Hogwarts. He purchased a small, magically expanded trunk with complex locking charms, expensive but worth the investment for securing his most valuable resources. As July drew to a close, Harry packed up his attic room at Bigelow's, explaining to the elderly shopkeeper that his uncle had returned and enrolled him in a boarding school starting September. She was sad to see him go but delighted by his parting gift, a comprehensive reorganization of her entire inventory with a new cataloging system. On the morning of July 31st, his actual 11th birthday, Harry sat on a bench in a small park in London, maintaining his Thomas Black appearance but ready to let it fade. According to his research, Hogwarts letters found their recipients regardless of concealment spells or disguises. If Dumbledore had maintained his name in the school registry despite his years of absence, a letter should find him today. As the morning sun climbed higher, Harry began to wonder if he'd miscalculated. Perhaps his years of hiding had somehow removed him from the magical registry. Perhaps Dumbledore had given up on him attending Hogwarts. Then, just as the nearby church bells struck 11, a tawny owl swooped down, landing on the bench beside him. Tied to its leg was a thick envelope of yellowish parchment addressed in emerald green ink, "Mr. H., Potter the Park Bench St. James Gardens London. Harry stared at the envelope for a long moment. This was it, the official acknowledgement of his existence, his place in the wizarding world, his true identity. With slightly trembling fingers, he untied the letter and broke the purple wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest. As he read the familiar words welcoming him to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a weight seemed to lift from his shoulders. He was done hiding. Harry Potter was going to Hogwarts. But as he looked up from the letter, a tall figure in sweeping purple robes stood before him, a figure with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and twinkling blue eyes that Harry remembered all too well. "Hello, Harry," said Albus Dumbledore. "It's been a very long time." Chapter 3, The True Face of Harry Potter. The twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore held none of the anger Harry expected, only curiosity and something that might have been admiration. "May I join you?" Dumbledore asked, gesturing to the empty space on the bench. Harry tensed, one hand unconsciously drifting toward the emergency port key Isabel had given him, disguised as a simple bracelet around his wrist. 8 years of running had honed his fight-or-flight instincts to razor sharpness. "I'm not here to force you anywhere, Harry," Dumbledore said softly, correctly interpreting his body language. "I simply wish to talk." "How did you find me?" Harry asked, still maintaining his Thomas Black appearance despite the letter clearly having penetrated his disguise. Dumbledore smiled slightly. "I didn't. The Hogwarts letter did. I merely anticipated its delivery." He sat down, leaving a respectful distance between them. "You've led us on quite a remarkable chase these past years." Harry said nothing, evaluating his options. Dumbledore was supposedly the most powerful wizard alive, running would be difficult, fighting impossible. And part of him, the part that had made the decision to stop hiding, was curious about what the old wizard had to say. "Your Hogwarts acceptance letter," Dumbledore continued, nodding toward the parchment in Harry's hand. "A milestone for any young wizard, but particularly meaningful in your case, I imagine." "Why is that?" Harry asked cautiously. "Because it represents a choice rather than an inevitability." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Most children simply receive their letters and attend. You, however, have demonstrated remarkable resourcefulness in charting your own path." Harry frowned. This wasn't the stern reprimand he'd expected. "You're not angry that I ran away? That I've been hiding all these years?" "Angry? No." Dumbledore looked thoughtful. "Concerned, certainly. Worried for your safety. But not angry." He paused. "I've had 8 years to reflect on my mistakes with you, Harry. 8 years to recognize that I perhaps underestimated you." "You wanted to send me back to the Dursleys," Harry stated flatly. "I did," Dumbledore acknowledged. "For reasons that seemed adequate at the time, though I now see they were woefully insufficient when weighed against your happiness and well-being." This frank admission caught Harry off guard. He'd built up Dumbledore as an adversary in his mind, the powerful figure determined to control his life, to place him back with the Dursleys despite their mistreatment. "Would you permit me to explain my reasoning?" Dumbledore asked. "Not to justify, merely to explain." Harry hesitated, then nodded cautiously. "When your parents were murdered, I placed you with your mother's sister for one primary reason: protection. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful blood protection that could only be maintained through her family line. While you called your aunt's home, that protection would prevent Voldemort or his followers from touching you there." "Voldemort was gone," Harry pointed out. "Not destroyed, merely disembodied," Dumbledore corrected gently. "A distinction I believed significant enough to warrant prioritizing your safety over your comfort." "A cupboard under the stairs was more than discomfort," Harry said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "Being starved, being called freak, being treated like a servant, that was abuse." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed simply. "It was. And I failed to adequately monitor your situation, to my lasting regret." He sighed heavily. "The blood protection was real and valuable, but it did not justify the suffering you endured. I see that now, though it has taken me years to fully acknowledge it. Harry studied the old wizard's face, searching for deception. He found none, only genuine remorse. So what happens now? Harry asked. I've received my Hogwarts letter. I intend to attend. I'm delighted to hear it, Dumbledore replied. As for what happens now, that, Harry, is largely up to you. What do you mean? You've demonstrated extraordinary independence and capability. It would be presumptuous of me to dictate your living arrangements or guardianship at this point. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. Particularly given your unique talent for self-determination. Harry realized with a start that Dumbledore was referring to his Metamorphmagus abilities. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore confirmed, seeing his expression. I've been aware of your ability since your brief stay with the Follies. Quite remarkable, one of the youngest documented cases of Metamorphmagus transformation. Is that why you couldn't find me? Because I could change how I looked. Partially, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I suspect your success in evading detection had as much to do with your intelligence and adaptability as with your Metamorphmagus abilities. You've lived among wizarding families across Britain and beyond, learning from each, adapting to different environments, all while maintaining various identities. He looked impressed. Few adult wizards could have managed it. Despite himself, Harry felt a glow of pride at the compliment. I did what I had to do. Indeed. And in doing so, you've acquired an education quite different from your peers. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Tell me, Harry, what do you wish to happen regarding your guardianship now? The legal wizarding world still considers you a minor in need of a guardian. Harry had considered this question extensively during his preparations. I don't want to return to the Dursleys, he stated firmly. That much is clear, Dumbledore agreed. And I will not suggest it again. I've been effectively self-sufficient for years, Harry continued. I've managed my own education, my own living arrangements, my own safety. Impressively so, Dumbledore nodded. However, the wizarding legal system is unlikely to recognize a self-guardianship arrangement for an 11-year-old, regardless of how capable that 11-year-old might be. Harry frowned. This was the sticking point in his plans. What options exist? I have connections who might be willing to serve as guardians, but they're mostly outside Britain. There is your godfather, of course, Dumbledore said carefully. Sirius Black. He's in Azkaban, Harry replied. Through his years of discreet research, he'd learned the basics of his godfather's situation, accused of betraying Harry's parents and killing 12 muggles. Unless you're suggesting he's innocent. A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face before he schooled his expression. You're remarkably well informed for someone who's been living on the periphery of wizarding society. Knowledge is survival, Harry said simply. Indeed. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Regarding Sirius Black, the situation is complex. The evidence against him was compelling, yet certain aspects have troubled me over the years. Such as? He was condemned without trial during a chaotic period immediately following Voldemort's fall. The prevailing evidence was circumstantial, albeit strong. Dumbledore's eyes turned shrewd. But we digress from the immediate question of your guardianship. Harry recognized the deflection but didn't press. He'd investigate Sirius Black's situation more thoroughly on his own. What about temporary magical guardianship? Harry suggested. I understand the Ministry can appoint an interim guardian while more permanent arrangements are considered. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. That's a rather specific and advanced piece of magical law for an 11-year-old to be familiar with. Harry shrugged. Like I said, knowledge is survival. In this case, accurate knowledge, Dumbledore confirmed. Temporary magical guardianship is indeed an option, typically employed when a child's permanent situation is in flux. He studied Harry thoughtfully. Did you have a specific temporary guardian in mind? Harry hesitated. This was the gamble in his plan. Andromeda Tonks. Now Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. Andromeda Tonks? You're acquainted with Mrs. Tonks? She's been tutoring me, Harry said carefully. In certain areas of magic relevant to my situation. Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. Ah. Her daughter Nymphadora shares your Metamorphmagus ability. A logical connection. He seemed to be reassessing Harry yet again. And Mrs. Tonks would be willing to serve as your temporary guardian. She's indicated as much, Harry confirmed. In truth, Andromeda had offered months ago, once she'd confirmed her suspicions about his identity. She understands my need for independence while providing appropriate adult supervision. Dumbledore considered this for a long moment. It's an elegant solution, I must admit. Mrs. Tonks is a respected healer with an impeccable reputation. Distantly related to you through the Black family connection, which satisfies certain traditional requirements. And experienced with the specific talents you possess. He nodded slowly. I could arrange this through the appropriate ministry channels with minimal publicity. That would be my preference, Harry agreed. I'd rather not have my return to the wizarding world become front-page news before I even start at Hogwarts. Quite understandable. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. There is the matter of your appearance, however. Will you be attending Hogwarts as Harry Potter, or do you intend to maintain a disguise? It was the question Harry had struggled with most. Attending as himself would mean facing the celebrity and scrutiny that came with being the boy who lived. Maintaining a disguise would mean continuing to hide, continuing to live as someone else. I'll attend as myself, Harry decided firmly. But I'd prefer to control how and when my identity becomes widely known. A reasonable approach, Dumbledore agreed. Perhaps we might arrange a private platform arrival on your first day. You could board the Hogwarts Express without the usual fanfare of King's Cross. No, Harry said, surprising himself with his certainty. I want the full experience, platform 9 3/4, the train, everything. I just don't want a press conference announcing my return beforehand. Dumbledore smiled. Very well. I shall ensure the necessary guardianship papers are processed discreetly. Mrs. Tonks can accompany you for your school supplies, a routine trip to Diagon Alley that should attract minimal attention. Harry nodded, relieved that the conversation was proceeding more reasonably than he'd feared. There's one more thing, he said carefully. My wand. I'd prefer not to purchase it from Ollivanders. May I ask why? Dumbledore inquired, looking curious rather than suspicious. Ollivander never forgets a wand or the wizard who buys it, Harry explained. Everyone who comes through his shop becomes part of his collection of stories. I'd rather my wand selection remain private. A perceptive observation about Garrick, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, obtaining a properly matched wand is crucial for a young wizard's development. Ollivander is the finest wandmaker in Britain. There are alternatives, Harry countered. Cosme Acosta in Spain. Jacobo Wolf in America. Even Gregorovitch, though his reputation is more questionable. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with amusement. You've researched international wandmakers as well. I find myself increasingly impressed by the breadth of your self-education, Harry. So you'll help arrange an alternative? I believe we can come to a compromise, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. There is a tradition of private wand fittings for certain families. I could arrange for Garrick to conduct a fitting at a neutral location, with appropriate confidentiality charms in place. It wasn't ideal, but Harry recognized it as a reasonable concession. That would be acceptable. Excellent. Dumbledore rose from the bench. I shall make the arrangements we've discussed and contact Mrs. Tonks regarding the guardianship application. Unless, he added, looking down at Harry, there's anything else you wish to discuss. Harry hesitated. There were 1,000 questions he wanted to ask, about his parents, about Voldemort, about the night his parents died. But those could wait. For now, establishing his return on his own terms took priority. Not at the moment, Harry decided. But I'm sure I'll have questions later. I have no doubt, Dumbledore replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. And I shall endeavor to answer them more openly than I might have in the past. He extended his hand. Until we meet again at Hogwarts, Harry. After a moment's hesitation, Harry shook the offered hand. It was warm and surprisingly strong for such an elderly man. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. I must say, your Thomas Black disguise is quite convincing. Most wizards would never suspect the transformation. It served me well, Harry acknowledged, still maintaining the appearance. Indeed. Though I wonder if you might indulge an old man's curiosity before I depart. When Harry looked questioningly at him, Dumbledore clarified, might I see the true Harry Potter, as he is now? It has been 8 years, after all. Harry considered the request. There was something symbolic about revealing his true face to Dumbledore, a gesture of tentative trust, but also a statement. This was Harry Potter on his own terms, not the scared child who had fled years ago. With a slight nod, Harry closed his eyes and released the transformation. The now familiar tingling sensation spread across his features as his hair darkened to black, his eyes shifted to bright green, and his facial structure returned to its natural state. When he opened his eyes, he was Harry Potter again. Dumbledore studied him with an unreadable expression. You look remarkably like your father, he said softly. With Lily's eyes, of course. She would be proud of the resourceful, independent young man you've become. He inclined his head slightly. As am I, Harry. With that, the old wizard turned and walked away, disappearing with a soft pop as soon as he reached a secluded area behind a large oak tree. Harry remained on the bench for several minutes, processing the unexpected encounter. Dumbledore had been nothing like he'd feared, no anger, no attempts to control or manipulate, only respect and a willingness to acknowledge past mistakes. It seemed almost too good to be true, which naturally activated Harry's well-honed skepticism. Years of self-preservation had taught him to question convenient developments. Was Dumbledore genuinely remorseful, or merely adapting his approach to deal with a Harry Potter who had proven more independent than anticipated? Time would tell. For now, Harry had what he wanted, a path to Hogwarts on his own terms, with a guardian he trusted and his autonomy relatively intact. Rising from the bench, Harry transformed back into Thomas Black. He would maintain this identity for a few more days, until the guardianship arrangements were finalized. Then, for the first time in 8 years, he would step fully into the wizarding world as himself. Harry Potter was coming home, but bringing with him all the lessons, identities, and perspectives he'd gathered in his years of hiding. 3 days later, Harry stood in Andromeda Tonks's comfortable living room, watching as she reviewed the guardianship papers that had arrived by Special Ministry Owl. Everything appears to be in order, she confirmed, setting down the documents. Temporary magical guardianship for 1 year, with provisions for extension or transition to permanent arrangements based on mutual agreement. She looked up at Harry with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. You are now officially my ward. Harry, in his true appearance for the first time in Andromeda's presence, returned her smile. Thank you for agreeing to this arrangement. It's my pleasure. Though I must say, seeing you without your Thomas disguise is still somewhat disorienting. She studied him with professional interest. You maintain that transformation remarkably consistently. Most Metamorphmagi struggle with that level of sustained alteration. I've had a lot of practice, Harry pointed out. Indeed you have. Andromeda gestured to an armchair. Shall we discuss the practical aspects of this arrangement? I suspect you have specific expectations regarding your independence. Harry sat, appreciating her directness. I'd like to maintain as much autonomy as possible, he confirmed. I've been effectively self-sufficient for years. So I've gathered, Andromeda replied dryly. However, there are certain responsibilities I must fulfill as your guardian, both legally and ethically. Over the next hour, they negotiated the parameters of their arrangement. Harry would live primarily at Hogwarts during the school year. During holidays, he would stay at the Tonks residence, with reasonable freedom to visit approved friends and contacts. Speaking of which, Andromeda said, I presume you have a network of allies from your years of independent living? Harry nodded cautiously. Various wizarding families I stayed with, mostly. Some know who I really am, others only knew me under assumed identities. It might be prudent to inform those you trust of your current situation, Andromeda suggested. Particularly those who might be surprised to discover Thomas Black or your other aliases have transformed into Harry Potter. I've already sent secure messages to several key contacts, Harry assured her. The Moreaus in France, Isabelle Delacour, and a few others who knew my true identity. And what about those who didn't? The Weasleys, for instance. I understand you spent some time with them as Colin Pruitt. Harry shifted uncomfortably. That's more complicated. I'm not sure how they'd react to learning Colin was actually Harry Potter in disguise. They might be more understanding than you expect, Andromeda suggested. Molly Weasley, in particular, has a tremendous capacity for forgiveness where children are concerned. Perhaps, Harry conceded. I'll consider how to approach it. Their discussion moved to practical matters, Harry's Hogwarts supplies, his existing possessions, and arrangements for his wand selection. Dumbledore had kept his word, scheduling a private appointment with Ollivander at Andromeda's home the following day. Now, Andromeda said, setting aside her notes, there's one more matter we should discuss before tomorrow's expedition to Diagon Alley. How public do you wish your return to be? I'd prefer to maintain a low profile initially, Harry replied. I don't want to be mobbed by strangers wanting to shake the hand of the boy who lived before I've even started school. Understandable. However, complete anonymity may be difficult to maintain. Your appearance, particularly the scar, is rather distinctive. I know. Harry ran a finger along the lightning bolt mark. I've considered using a mild transformation to hide it, but you've decided to face the wizarding world as yourself, Andromeda finished perceptively. A significant step after years of disguises. Harry nodded. It feels important somehow. Though I reserve the right to use my abilities if the attention becomes overwhelming. A reasonable compromise. Andromeda smiled. I suggest a simple approach for tomorrow, standard robes, perhaps a hat that partially shadows your forehead, and an early start to avoid the largest crowds. We'll conduct our business efficiently and depart before anyone has time to spread word of Harry Potter's presence. The plan sounded sensible. What about Gringotts? I'll need to access the Potter Vault, which means identifying myself. Goblins are remarkably discreet about their clients' affairs, Andromeda assured him. It's one of the cornerstones of their banking philosophy. They won't announce your presence. With the practical matters settled, Andromeda showed Harry to the guest room that would now be his, a comfortable space with a large window overlooking the garden. Feel free to personalize it however you wish, she offered. Ted and I want you to consider this your home, not merely a temporary residence. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For everything. Andromeda patted his shoulder. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a significant day, Harry Potter's official return to the wizarding world, even if it is a relatively discreet one. That night, lying in a bed that was officially, legally his, Harry reflected on how quickly his circumstances had changed. After years of contingency plans and emergency escapes, he had a legitimate guardian, a real home base, and a clear path forward. It felt both liberating and terrifying. The safety net of anonymity was being removed, replaced by the complex reality of being Harry Potter in the wizarding world. Sleep came slowly, his mind too active with plans and possibilities. When he finally drifted off, he dreamed of 1,000 faces merging into one, his own. The next morning, Harry and Andromeda arrived at Diagon Alley just as the shops were opening. The early hour and a light summer rain had kept the crowds thin, much to Harry's relief. Dressed in simple black robes with a cap that partially shadowed his forehead, he attracted little attention as they made their way toward Gringotts. "Remember," Andromeda murmured as they approached the imposing white building, "goblins appreciate directness and efficiency. State your business clearly and don't waste time with unnecessary pleasantries." Harry nodded, already familiar with goblin customs from his previous banking activities as Thomas Black. Inside, Andromeda guided him to a counter with a particularly stern-looking goblin. "Good morning," she said crisply. "Harry Potter wishes to access his vault. He has his key." The goblin looked up sharply, his clever eyes immediately focusing on Harry's partially concealed forehead. Without comment, he extended a gnarled hand for the key, a small gold item Dumbledore had sent along with the guardianship papers. "This appears to be in order," the goblin said after examining it. "However, for a first visit after extended absence, our security protocols require identity verification." Harry tensed. "What kind of verification?" "A simple inheritance test. A drop of blood on enchanted parchment confirms magical identity beyond any disguise or enchantment." The goblin's eyes glittered meaningfully. "Standard procedure for unique cases." Andromeda placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "The test is quick and the results confidential. Gringotts does not share client information with the Ministry or any other entity." After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded. "Very well." The goblin led them to a private office where a second, older goblin awaited with a small silver dagger and a piece of parchment bearing the Gringotts seal. "One drop only," the older goblin instructed, handing Harry the dagger. With a small wince, Harry pricked his finger and allowed a single drop of blood to fall onto the parchment. The red drop spread and transformed into elegant script: "Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, heir to the noble house of Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Black, by designation." Harry stared at the last line. "Heir to the house of Black. What does that mean?" The older goblin examined the parchment with raised eyebrows. "It appears you have been named heir to the Black family estate by the current head of house." "But I thought the Black family—" Harry trailed off, confused. "Sirius Black remains the legal head of the ancient and most noble house of Black despite his current circumstances," the goblin explained with careful neutrality. "As he was never formally tried or convicted, his legal rights regarding family inheritance remain intact. This designation indicates he named you his heir." Harry glanced at Andromeda, who looked equally surprised. "Is that possible? Could he have named me heir without my knowledge?" "It's unusual but not unprecedented," she replied thoughtfully. "As your godfather, Sirius had certain traditional rights. If he executed a formal heir designation before his incarceration, it would remain valid unless specifically revoked." The implications swirled in Harry's mind. His godfather, supposedly his parents' betrayer, had named him heir to one of Wizarding Britain's oldest fortunes. It didn't align with the narrative of Sirius Black as a traitor. "What does this mean practically?" he asked the goblin. "At present, it grants you prospective heir status only," the older goblin clarified. "You cannot access Black family vaults until formally recognized at age 17 or upon the current head's death. However, it does establish your legal connection to the Black estate." Harry filed this information away for later investigation. "Thank you for the explanation. For now, I'd like to visit my Potter vault." The transaction proceeded smoothly after that. A different goblin named Griphook took them on the wild cart ride deep into Gringotts caverns, eventually stopping before Vault 687. When the door swung open, Harry couldn't suppress a gasp. Mounds of gold galleons, columns of silver sickles, and heaps of bronze nuts gleamed in the lantern light, far more wealth than he had imagined. After years of carefully budgeting his limited funds under various identities, the sight of his inheritance was overwhelming. "Your trust vault," Griphook explained. "Established by your parents for your education and maintenance until majority. The main Potter family vault will become accessible when you reach 17. This is just my trust vault? Harry asked incredulously. The Potters were an old and wealthy family, Andromeda explained quietly. James was the last of his line, inheriting the accumulated wealth of generations. Harry filled a pouch with a generous amount of coins, more than needed for school supplies, but he'd learned the value of financial security. Back in the bank's marble hall, they concluded their business with efficiency and departed before the day's crowds began to arrive in earnest. Where to first? Andromeda asked as they emerged into the alley. Harry consulted his Hogwarts supply list. Madame Malkin's for robes? It's closest, and I expect it will take some time. The robe fitting proved uneventful. Madame Malkin was professional and discreet, making no comment about Harry's identity beyond a widening of her eyes when she first noticed his scar. By maintaining a businesslike manner and avoiding unnecessary conversation, they completed the purchase without attracting attention. Their subsequent stops followed the same pattern, efficient, polite transactions with minimal lingering. Harry selected a high-quality trunk with expanded interior compartments and advanced security features. At Flourish and Blotts, he purchased not only his required textbooks but additional volumes on magical theory, defensive magic, and advanced transfiguration. Building quite the personal library, Andromeda observed as they left the bookstore with their shrunken purchases. Knowledge, Harry began, is survival. Yes, I've noticed that philosophy, Andromeda finished with a smile. An admirable approach, though perhaps now you can expand your horizons beyond mere survival to thriving. The apothecary, cauldron shop, and astronomy supplies store were similarly efficient visits. By mid-morning, they had acquired everything except Harry's wand, scheduled for the private appointment that afternoon, and a potential familiar. The list suggests an owl, cat, or toad, Harry noted. I'm leaning toward an owl for practical reasons. A sensible choice, Andromeda agreed. Elop's Owl Emporium is just ahead. The shop was dimly lit and filled with soft hooting from dozens of owls perched on rows of stands. As they browsed, Harry found himself drawn to a beautiful snowy owl watching him with intelligent amber eyes. She's beautiful, Harry murmured, approaching the owl carefully. A discerning eye you have, the shopkeeper commented, appearing beside them. That's a rare snowy owl, intelligent, loyal, and remarkably efficient messenger. Bit proud, though. Hasn't taken to any customer yet. As if understanding the conversation, the owl ruffled her feathers indignantly. Harry smiled and cautiously extended his hand. To the shopkeeper's obvious surprise, the owl leaned forward and gently nibbled his finger in apparent acceptance. Well, I never, the man exclaimed. Seems she's chosen you, young man. I'll take her, Harry decided immediately, feeling an unexpected connection with the proud, independent creature. With the owl's cage secured and their shopping completed, Andromeda suggested a quick lunch at the Leaky Cauldron before returning home for Harry's wand appointment. We've managed to maintain a low profile so far, she noted as they walked toward the pub. With luck, we can finish our excursion without, Harry. Harry Potter. The incredulous voice behind them froze Harry in place. Slowly, he turned to face a plump, red-haired woman clutching a shopping basket, her expression one of absolute shock. It is you. Molly Weasley exclaimed, eyes widening as she took in his features, particularly the scar now visible as a gust of wind had pushed back his cap. Sweet Merlin, you've come back. Harry's mind raced. Of all the people to encounter, Molly Weasley was simultaneously one of the most complicated and potentially understanding. She had, after all, knowingly helped him escape to France when she discovered his identity years ago. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, he said quietly. Molly seemed momentarily speechless, her eyes filling with tears. Oh, Harry, she finally managed. We've all been so worried. Where have you been? Are you all right? You look so grown up. Before Harry could formulate a response, Andromeda stepped forward. Molly, perhaps this conversation would be better continued somewhere less public. Molly blinked, suddenly noticing their surroundings and the curious glances beginning to turn their way. Oh. Yes, of course. How thoughtless of me. She lowered her voice. Are you his guardian now, Andromeda? Temporary magical guardian, yes, Andromeda confirmed. A recent arrangement. I see. Molly looked between them, clearly burning with questions. Perhaps you both might come to the burrow for tea sometime soon. I know Ron would be thrilled to see. She stopped abruptly, an odd expression crossing her face. Unless you've already met, of course. Harry realized she was thinking of Colin Pruitt and the months he'd spent in her home. That's a conversation probably best had in private, he said carefully. Understanding dawned in Molly's eyes. I suspected as much, she murmured. She squared her shoulders. Well, the invitation stands. You're welcome anytime, Harry. Both of you. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied sincerely. I'd like that. With a final tearful smile and a surprising amount of restraint, Molly continued on her way, though Harry noticed her glancing back several times as if to confirm he wasn't a mirage. That went better than it might have, Andromeda observed as they resumed their walk to the leaky cauldron. She already knew, Harry explained. Years ago, she caught me trying to leave in the night and figured out who I really was. She helped arrange my escape to France when ministry officials started asking questions about Colin. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Molly Weasley helped you evade ministry detection. That's unexpected. She's fiercely protective of children, Harry said. Even ones just pretending to be part of her family. They managed to complete their lunch without further recognition, though Harry noticed Tom the barman giving him curious looks that suggested he suspected something. By early afternoon, they were back at the Tonks residence, arranging Harry's new supplies in his room and preparing for Ollivander's visit. I've cleared the sitting room, Andromeda informed him. Ollivander will bring a selection of wands he considers promising matches based on the information Dumbledore provided about your magical signature. Harry nodded, nervous anticipation building. After years of studying magical theory and observing others perform magic, he would finally have his own wand, a concrete symbol of his official entry into the wizarding world. Precisely at 3 o'clock, the fireplace flared green and Garrick Ollivander stepped through, carrying a long, narrow case. The wand-maker's silvery eyes immediately fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. Mr. Potter, he said softly. I've been expecting you for some time. Mr. Ollivander, Harry acknowledged with a respectful nod. Unusual circumstances, conducting a fitting outside my shop, Ollivander continued, setting his case on the table Andromeda had prepared. But not unprecedented. I performed a similar service for your father's family some generations back, security concerns during the Grindelwald conflicts. Harry hadn't known that. Thank you for accommodating the request. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, a process that occurs regardless of location. Ollivander opened his case, revealing approximately 20 wands nestled in velvet compartments. I've brought a selection I believe might resonate with your magical signature, based on both your parentage and Professor Dumbledore's observations. The wand maker selected the first wand, a rich, dark wood with a simple design. Ebony and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, quite rigid. Excellent for transfiguration work, which might suit your particular talents. Harry accepted the wand cautiously. Nothing happened, no warmth, no spark, no connection. Perhaps not, Ollivander murmured, taking it back. Let's try something different. Maple and phoenix feather, 9 inches, springy. This process continued through a dozen wands, each failing to produce the reaction Ollivander sought. The wand maker seemed increasingly excited rather than discouraged by the challenge. A tricky customer. How delightful. Not to worry, we'll find your match. He hesitated, then selected a wand he'd initially placed aside. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he felt immediate warmth spreading through his hand. He raised the wand and gave it a simple swish, producing a stream of red and gold sparks that illuminated the room like miniature fireworks. Curious, Ollivander murmured, watching the display with fascination. Very curious indeed. What's curious? Harry asked, still marveling at the connection he felt with the wand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Voldemort's wand? Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. The Dark Lord did great things with that wand, terrible, yes, but great. I expect you will do great things as well, Mr. Potter. Different, but no less significant. The implications swirled in Harry's mind. A connection to Voldemort through their wands, a link to the wizard who had murdered his parents and tried to kill him. Is it a problem? Having a wand connected to his? Harry asked uncertainly. Not a problem, no, Ollivander assured him. A curiosity. Perhaps a meaningful one. Wand lore suggests that brother wands are reluctant to battle one another, but whether that proves relevant depends on circumstances none of us can predict. After Ollivander's departure, Harry sat quietly in his room, examining his new wand. The holly felt warm and responsive in his hand, as if eager to perform magic after years of waiting for its proper master. Settling in with your wand? Andromeda asked, appearing in the doorway. Harry nodded. It feels right. Like it's been waiting for me. In a sense, it has been. The matching of wand to wizard is one of the most ancient and mysterious branches of magic. She sat on the edge of his bed. Are you troubled by Ollivander's revelation about the brother wand? A little, Harry admitted. It seems like another connection to Voldemort that I didn't ask for or want. Understandable. But consider this, a wand reflects the wizard who wields it, not its components' origins. Two wands may share cores from the same source, yet serve entirely different purposes based on their master's intentions. Harry considered this perspective. I suppose that makes sense. Besides, Andromeda added with a slight smile, you of all people understand that connections and origins don't define us. How many identities have you crafted and inhabited over the years? Each distinct, each serving a purpose, yet all fundamentally expressions of you. It was a perceptive comparison that resonated with Harry's experiences. His Metamorphmagus transformations had taught him that appearances and external characteristics were just superficial layers over one's true self. You're right, he acknowledged. It's what I do with the wand that matters, not where its core came from. Precisely. Andromeda rose. Now, why don't you come downstairs? Ted is home and eager to meet you properly, as Harry Potter rather than Thomas Black. And Nymphadora has sent an owl saying she'll join us for dinner. The evening that followed was unlike any Harry had experienced in his years of hiding. For the first time, he sat at a family dinner as himself, no disguise, no fabricated backstory, simply Harry Potter being welcomed into the Tonks household. Ted Tonks, a friendly, easygoing Muggle-born wizard, treated Harry with the perfect balance of interest and respect for his privacy. He asked questions about Harry's experiences without prying into sensitive areas, shared amusing anecdotes about magical mishaps from his own adjustment to the wizarding world, and generally created an atmosphere of comfortable acceptance. When Nymphadora arrived, her hair a celebratory bright purple for the occasion, she greeted Harry with a playful salute. Watcher, Harry. Proper introduction this time, eh? No more, Thomas, business. Hello, Tonks, Harry replied, grinning despite himself. Her infectious enthusiasm was difficult to resist. Still can't believe you managed to fool half the ministry for years, she continued, helping herself to a generous portion of her mother's roast chicken. Mad I would be impressed, he's always going on about constant vigilance and disguise techniques. Might have to introduce you someday. Nymphadora, Andromeda cautioned, Harry's return is being handled discreetly for now. Course, Tonks agreed, her hair briefly flashing a more serious blue. No introductions to paranoid ex-Aurors just yet. But eventually, yeah. The stories you must have, Harry. All those different identities and places you've lived. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself relaxing and sharing more than he'd initially intended, anecdotes about his time with various families, close calls with authorities, and the different perspectives on magic he'd encountered across wizarding communities. That's brilliant, Ted commented when Harry explained the continental approach to magical theory he'd learned from Laurent Moreau. Integrating the underlying principles rather than compartmentalizing everything into rigid subjects. Makes perfect sense, really. It's how I've approached my own learning, Harry agreed. Looking for the connections between different magical disciplines rather than treating them as separate categories. That perspective might serve you well at Hogwarts, Andromeda observed. Though it may also frustrate certain professors who prefer traditional approaches. Speaking of Hogwarts, Tonks interjected, any thoughts on what house you'll be in? Family traditions point to Gryffindor, given your parents, but with your sneakiness, meant as a compliment, mind, Slytherin's not out of the question. Harry had considered this question extensively. I honestly don't know. I see aspects of myself that would fit in different houses. The adaptability and resourcefulness needed for my years in hiding seem Slytherin. The independent study and knowledge-seeking feel Ravenclaw. There's been plenty of adventure and risk-taking that sounds Gryffindor. And the loyalty to those who've helped me along the way is very Hufflepuff. A genuinely balanced perspective, Andromeda noted approvingly. Most children your age have already decided which house they want, usually based on family tradition or superficial understanding. I've had more time to think about it than most, Harry pointed out. And I've lived with families from all 4 houses at different points. Well, wherever the sorting hat puts you, you'll make it work, Tonks declared confidently. That's your superpower, isn't it? Adapting to any situation. After dinner, as Ted and Tonks cleared the dishes, with much clattering and a broken glass quickly repaired by Andromeda's swift reparo, Harry found himself looking around the warm kitchen with an unfamiliar feeling swelling in his chest. It took him a moment to identify it, belonging. For the first time in years, he wasn't pretending to be part of a family while maintaining internal distance. He wasn't counting the days until he'd need to move on. He was simply Harry, being accepted for exactly who he was. The realization was both comforting and terrifying. Comfort in the sense of security, terror in the vulnerability it created. Attachments meant potential pain if broken. As if reading his thoughts, Andromeda placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. It's all right to let yourself feel at home here, Harry. We're not going anywhere. Harry nodded, unable to fully express the complex emotions her simple statement evoked. After years of necessary detachment, the prospect of genuine connection was simultaneously appealing and frightening. Thank you, he managed finally. For everything. You're welcome, she replied with a warm smile. Now, I believe Nymphadora mentioned something about teaching you a few jinxes that technically aren't on the first-year curriculum but might come in handy. I heard that. Tonks called from the kitchen. And it's completely educational, Mom. Purely theoretical demonstrations. Harry laughed, allowing himself to be drawn into the family banter. Whatever challenges lay ahead at Hogwarts, for tonight at least, he had found a place where he could truly be himself. The remaining weeks of summer passed in a pleasant rhythm as Harry settled into life with the Tonkses. Mornings were typically devoted to preparatory reading for Hogwarts, afternoons to practical magical exercises with either Andromeda or Ted, and evenings to family dinners often including Tonks when her Auror training schedule permitted. Harry had named his snowy owl Hedwig, after a figure in A History of Magic, who had particularly impressed him. The intelligent bird quickly adapted to her new role, delivering correspondence to Harry's limited but important network of contacts. Letters arrived from the Moreaus, expressing delight at his decision to attend Hogwarts while offering cautious advice about navigating his public identity. Isabel Delacour sent a small package containing an enchanted silver pendant, a focus object, her accompanying note explained, to assist in maintaining transformations during times of stress or magical interference. From Fleur came a surprisingly lengthy letter filled with wry observations about her first year at Beauxbatons and pointed questions about Harry's plans at Hogwarts. "Do not allow their fame worship to define you," she advised bluntly. "You are more than a scar and a story." Most unexpected was a formal letter from Madame Bones, requesting a private meeting at the ministry regarding matters pertaining to your parents' estate and certain legal questions that arose during your absence. After consulting with Andromeda, Harry agreed to the meeting, which was arranged for the last week of August. The Ministry of Magic proved simultaneously impressive and disappointing, a grand atrium with magnificent architecture compromised by the bureaucratic inefficiency evident in the security procedures and visitor management. Madame Bones requested minimal formality for this visit, Andromeda explained as they bypassed the main security desk in favor of a smaller, discreet check-in point. "She's aware of the attention your appearance might generate." A junior assistant escorted them directly to Madame Bones's office on level 2, avoiding the more populated areas of the ministry. The head of magical law enforcement greeted them with professional courtesy, her monocle firmly in place as she assessed Harry. "Mr. Potter," she acknowledged. "You look well. Quite different from the young child I briefly met at the Follies all those years ago." "Thank you for arranging this private meeting, Madame Bones," Harry replied formally. "Please, be seated. We have several matters to discuss, some of which may be unexpected." Once they were settled, Madame Bones activated privacy wards around her office with a wave of her wand. "First, let me assure you that your return to the wizarding world is being handled with the discretion you requested. Only key ministry officials have been formally notified, and all have been sworn to confidentiality until your public re-emergence at Hogwarts." "I appreciate that," Harry said sincerely. "Now, to the primary purpose of our meeting. During your absence, certain legal matters were held in abeyance, awaiting your return or your reaching majority, whichever came first." She withdrew a folder from her desk. "These include the formal reading of your parents' will, which was scheduled for November 1981 but never occurred due to extraordinary circumstances." Harry leaned forward slightly. "Their will? I didn't even know one existed." "It was filed with both Gringotts and the Ministry, as is standard for prominent wizarding families. However, in the chaos following Voldemort's fall and your subsequent placement with Muggle relatives, the formal execution was delayed." Her expression suggested this was an understatement. "Recent reviews of cold cases from that period brought this oversight to my attention." "What does the will say?" Harry asked, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension filling him. Madame Bones opened the folder and removed a sealed parchment. "I believe you should hear it directly." She broke the seal and unrolled the document. "The last will and testament of James and Lily Potter, dated October 1981. As she read the formal legal language, Harry listened with growing emotion. The will outlined the distribution of the Potter estate, primarily to Harry, with generous bequests to Remus Lupin, a name Harry recognized from his research as his father's friend, and several charitable causes. Then came the guardianship provisions. "In the event of our deaths while our son Harry James Potter remains a minor, guardianship shall be assigned in the following order of preference: Sirius Black, Harry's godfather by ritual and oath; Alice and Frank Longbottom, trusted friends and colleagues; Andromeda and Ted Tonks, valued allies with appropriate knowledge of Harry's unique heritage; Minerva McGonagall, esteemed mentor and friend. Under no circumstances is guardianship to be assigned to Petunia and Vernon Dursley, as their known antipathy toward magic would create an unsuitable environment for a magical child." Harry's breath caught. His parents had explicitly prohibited placement with the Dursleys, the very family Dumbledore had chosen for him. "This is the first time I've seen this," Andromeda said quietly, looking shocked at her inclusion in the list. "I knew Lily and James, of course, but I had no idea they considered us as potential guardians." Madam Bones nodded grimly. The will was sealed upon filing and, as I mentioned, never formally executed. This raises serious questions about the legal basis for Mr. Potter's placement after his parents' deaths. Dumbledore arranged it, Harry stated, a complex mixture of emotions churning within him. He told me he placed me with the Dursleys for protection, because of blood wards through my mother's sacrifice. Blood magic is powerful, Madam Bones acknowledged, but it does not typically override explicit testamentary instructions, particularly in ancient families like the Potters. She adjusted her monocle. This leads us to the second matter, the legal status of Sirius Black. Harry tensed. What about him? Your parents will name him as your primary guardian, a man who, within days of their deaths, was imprisoned for allegedly betraying them to Voldemort. Madam Bones's expression turned grave. When reviewing the case file in light of the will, I discovered a disturbing irregularity. Sirius Black was never formally charged, tried, or convicted. Andromeda gasped softly. But that's a fundamental violation of wizarding law, Madam Bones finished firmly. Even during the emergency powers granted in wartime, complete suspension of due process was never authorized. At minimum, a formal hearing before the Wisengamot was required. Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of information he'd gathered over the years. So my godfather has been in Azkaban for nearly 10 years without a trial? Precisely, Madam Bones confirmed. I've initiated an internal investigation into how such a miscarriage of justice occurred. Preliminary findings suggest a perfect storm of confusion during the post-war period, combined with certain influential parties preferring expedient solutions over proper procedure. What happens now? Harry asked. I've scheduled a closed hearing for September 10th to review the evidence against Black and determine whether sufficient grounds exist for a formal trial. As the primary victim of his alleged betrayal, you would normally be entitled to attend, but given your age, I want to be there, Harry interrupted firmly. If he betrayed my parents, I deserve to hear the evidence. If he didn't, then he's suffered a terrible injustice, one connected to my placement with the Dursleys despite my parents' wishes. Madam Bones studied him thoughtfully. Your perspective is understandable, Mr. Potter. However, there are practical considerations. You'll be at Hogwarts by that date, and the hearing may contain disturbing content inappropriate for a child. I'm not an ordinary child, Harry pointed out. And I've faced plenty of disturbing realities already. A fair observation, Madam Bones conceded. Let me propose a compromise. I will provide a complete transcript of the hearing, along with my personal summary of the proceedings and findings. Should those findings warrant a full trial, we can revisit the question of your attendance. It wasn't ideal, but Harry recognized it as a reasonable offer. Thank you, Madam Bones. That would be acceptable. There's one more matter, she continued, removing another document from her folder. During your years of independent living, did you ever encounter anyone named Peter Pettigrew? Harry frowned, searching his memory. No, I don't think so. The name sounds vaguely familiar from my research into my parents' history, but I've never met him. As I expected. According to official records, Peter Pettigrew was killed by Sirius Black during the incident that led to Black's arrest, allegedly confronting Black over betraying your parents. But you don't sound convinced, Andromeda observed shrewdly. The case file contains inconsistencies, Madam Bones replied carefully. The physical evidence doesn't entirely align with witness statements. Forensic analysis was rushed and incomplete. And certain facts about Pettigrew's relationship with your parents came to light only after the case was considered closed. What kind of facts? Harry asked. Madam Bones hesitated. I'm reluctant to share specifics that might influence your perception before all evidence is properly reviewed. Suffice it to say that the relationships between your parents, Black, Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin were more complex than initially portrayed in the aftermath of the tragedy. Though frustrated by the limited information, Harry understood her professional caution. Will the transcript include these details? It will contain all evidence presented at the hearing, Madam Bones confirmed. I believe in transparency, Mr. Potter, particularly in cases where justice may have been compromised by expediency or political convenience. As the meeting concluded, Harry's mind whirled with new questions and possibilities. His parents had explicitly forbidden his placement with the Dursleys. His godfather, the man supposedly responsible for their deaths, had never received a trial. And somewhere in this tangled legal web lay potential answers about why Harry Potter, the celebrated boy who lived, had been left with abusive Muggle relatives against his parents' explicit wishes. "You're quiet," Andromeda observed as they left the ministry. "Processing everything, I imagine." "There's a lot to process," Harry admitted. "I've spent years researching my parents' deaths, but there are still so many unanswered questions." "Amelia Bones is thorough and scrupulously fair," Andromeda assured him. "If there were irregularities in Sirius's case, she'll uncover them." "You knew him well, didn't you?" Harry asked. "Sirius Black. He was your cousin." Andromeda nodded, her expression turning wistful. "We were close as children, before my marriage to Ted resulted in my being disowned from the Black family. Sirius was always the rebel, challenging our family's pure-blood supremacist views, defending Muggleborns, eventually running away to live with your father's family." "Does that sound like someone who would betray his best friends to Voldemort?" "No," Andromeda said firmly. "It never did. Which is why I was shocked when they arrested him. But the evidence seemed overwhelming at the time: eyewitnesses, Pettigrew's confrontation, Black's own apparent confession." "But no trial," Harry pointed out. "No trial," Andromeda agreed grimly. "A fact that should have raised more questions than it did." The days following the ministry meeting passed in a blur of final preparations for Hogwarts. Harry packed his trunk with meticulous care, organizing his books, supplies, and personal items in the expanded compartments. Hedwig seemed to sense the impending departure, becoming increasingly affectionate as September 1st approached. The night before his journey to Hogwarts, Harry sat on his bed, examining his reflection in the true reflection mirror Andromeda had given him. His natural appearance had become more familiar again after weeks of living as himself: the unruly black hair, bright green eyes, and lightning bolt scar that defined Harry Potter in the wizarding world's imagination. Tomorrow, he would step onto platform 9 3/4 as himself for the first time. No disguises, no false names, just Harry Potter returning to the world that had been searching for him for 8 years. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was necessary. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Andromeda entered, carrying a small, wrapped package. "A going-away present," she explained, sitting beside him on the bed. "Something I thought might be useful at Hogwarts." Harry accepted the package with genuine gratitude. "You've already done so much for me." "Open it," she encouraged with a smile. Inside the wrapping, Harry found a handsome leather-bound journal with his initials embossed on the cover. The pages were blank, but when he ran his fingers over them, he felt a subtle magical resonance. "It's enchanted with privacy spells," Andromeda explained. "Only you can read what you write in it. I thought, given your unique history and abilities, you might value having a completely private space to record your thoughts, especially during this transition." "It's perfect," Harry said sincerely. "Thank you. There's something else." Andromeda hesitated. "Some advice, if you'll permit it." Harry nodded, curious. "You've lived many lives in your young years, Harry. You've been Evan Smith and Colin Pruitt and Pierre Delacour and Thomas Black and countless others. Each identity taught you something valuable, showed you different perspectives on magic and life." She gently placed her hand over his. "But at Hogwarts, you have the opportunity to be just Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, not the child of prophecy, but simply yourself, with all the complex experiences that have shaped you." "I'm not sure I remember how to be just Harry," he admitted quietly. "Or if I ever knew." "That's what the journal is for," Andromeda replied with a gentle smile. "To help you discover who Harry Potter is, beyond the labels others will try to place on you. Beyond even the labels you've placed on yourself. The wisdom in her words resonated deeply. For years, Harry had defined himself primarily through survival and adaptation, becoming whatever person was needed in each situation. Now he faced a different challenge, integration rather than transformation. "I'll try," he promised. "That's all anyone can ask." Andromeda stood. "Get some rest. Tomorrow begins a new chapter, one where you write the story rather than hiding from it." After she left, Harry opened the journal to its first blank page. After a moment's thought, he picked up his quill and wrote a simple heading: "Who is Harry Potter?" The question remained unanswered for now, but tomorrow he would begin the journey to find out. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the excited energy of students and families preparing for departure. Steam billowed from the Scarlet Hogwarts Express as porters loaded trunks and parents delivered final embraces and reminders to their children. Harry stood slightly apart from the main crowd, taking in the scene with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Despite Andromeda's reassurances, he felt exposed and vulnerable without a transformation to hide behind. "Ready?" Ted asked kindly, standing beside him with Hedwig's cage while Andromeda arranged for his trunk to be loaded. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied, adjusting his glasses, his actual prescription rather than the fake ones he'd often incorporated into his disguises. They'd arrived deliberately early to avoid the peak crowd and secured a compartment in the middle of the train. Now, with 15 minutes until departure, families were arriving in increasing numbers, creating a swirl of activity on the platform. "Remember," Andromeda said, returning from the luggage car, "Professor McGonagall is aware of your situation and will be available if you need any assistance adjusting. And you can write to us anytime. Hedwig seems more than capable of making the journey." Harry nodded, unexpectedly moved by her concern. "Thank you. For everything." "You'll do brilliantly," Ted assured him, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Just be yourself, the real Harry, whoever you decide that is." A familiar voice cut through the platform noise: "Harry. Harry Potter." Turning, Harry spotted Ron Weasley pushing through the crowd, followed by the rest of the Weasley clan. The red-headed boy reached him first, slightly out of breath and wide-eyed with excitement. "It really is you!" Ron exclaimed. "Mum told us you were back, but, blimey, it's weird seeing you like this after knowing you as Colin for so long." Harry tensed slightly, conscious of curious glances from nearby families who had overheard Ron's enthusiastic greeting. "Hello, Ron," he replied with a small smile. "Good to see you again." Molly Weasley approached at a more sedate pace, her expression warm but careful. "Harry, dear. All ready for your first day?" "Yes, Mrs. Weasley. The Tonks's have been very helpful with preparations." Fred and George pushed forward, identical grins on their freckled faces. "So you're the famous Harry Potter," one of them said. "And you were also our little brother's best mate Colin," the other continued. "Quite the undercover operation you had going. Very impressive, really. We're thinking of recruiting you, for some specialized mischief management." Despite his nervousness, Harry couldn't help smiling at the twins' banter. Their easy acceptance of his dual identity was refreshing after weeks of worrying about how his former host families might react. "Fred, George, don't overwhelm him," Percy admonished, stepping forward with his prefect badge prominently displayed. "Potter, if you need any assistance adjusting to Hogwarts, feel free to consult me. As a prefect, I'm responsible for helping first-years navigate the transition." "Thanks, Percy," Harry replied, trying not to smile at the older boy's pompous tone, so familiar from his months living at the Burrow. A small red-headed girl peered shyly at him from behind her mother. "Hello," Harry said kindly, recognizing Ginny from his time as Colin. "You're Ginny, right?" She nodded, blushing furiously. "Ginny starts next year," Molly explained. "She's been talking about nothing else since learning you were returning to the wizarding world." The young girl's blush deepened, and she ducked back behind her mother. More students were arriving now, and whispers were beginning to spread across the platform. Did they say Harry Potter? Where? I don't see him. There, with the Weasleys and that witch from the ministry. It is him. Look at the scar. Harry felt the familiar urge to transform, to disappear into another identity away from the growing attention. He resisted it, remembering Andromeda's advice about allowing himself to be Harry Potter now. Perhaps you should board, Andromeda suggested quietly, noticing his discomfort. Get settled before the rush. Harry nodded gratefully. After quick goodbyes to the Tonksas and a promise to Molly that he'd write about his first week, he followed Ron toward their compartment, the twins helpfully running interference against the more obvious gawkers. This is brilliant, Ron said as they settled into their seats. I mean, it's weird that you were calling all that time, but now we can be proper friends as ourselves, yeah? I'd like that, Harry replied sincerely. Sorry about the deception. It was necessary at the time. Ron waved dismissively. Mum explained a bit. Said you had good reasons for hiding and that we shouldn't pester you with too many questions. He looked at Harry hopefully. But you will tell me some of your adventures eventually, right? Mum said you lived all over the place with different families and even abroad. Eventually, Harry agreed with a small smile. It's a long story. As the train began to fill, their compartment doors slid open repeatedly as curious students invented excuses to pass by and glimpse the famous Harry Potter. Most tried to be subtle, peering in while pretending to look for friends or compartments. Others were more direct, including a bossy-sounding girl with bushy hair who announced she was helping a boy named Neville find his toad before her eyes widened at the sight of Harry's scar. You're Harry Potter, she exclaimed. I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Those books aren't very accurate, Harry replied mildly. I wasn't even interviewed for them. The girl, who introduced herself as Hermione Granger, looked momentarily flustered by this challenge to printed authority before rallying. Well, I suppose first-hand accounts would be more reliable. It's fascinating that you've returned after all this time. Where have you been? The histories suggest you were being trained in secret, but that's obviously speculation without direct confirmation from Hermione, Ron interrupted, maybe ease up on the interrogation. Harry's just got back, yeah. She flushed slightly. Oh. Yes, of course. Sorry about that. I tend to get carried away. She backed toward the door. I should continue helping Neville with his toad anyway. But perhaps we could talk later. I have so many questions about magical theory and how education systems outside Britain compare to Hogwarts. After she departed, Ron rolled his eyes. Mental, that one. Brilliant way to make friends, I've read all about you in books. She's just enthusiastic, Harry said charitably, though privately agreeing the approach had been a bit intense. And at least she's interested in something substantive rather than just gawking at my scar. The countryside rolled by as the train journeyed north. Harry and Ron settled into comfortable conversation, catching up on the 2 years since Colin Pruitt had mysteriously departed the burrow. Ron shared stories of his brother's antics and his own adventures, while Harry provided carefully edited highlights of his time in France and other locations. Their peaceful compartment was eventually interrupted by the arrival of a pale, blonde boy flanked by 2 larger students who resembled junior bodyguards more than friends. So it's true, the blonde boy drawled, leaning against the doorframe with practiced casualness. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that might have disguised a snigger. Draco Malfoy shot him a sharp look. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry made no move to take it. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks," he replied coolly. Malfoy's pale cheeks tinged pink. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you." Both Harry and Ron stood up, Ron's face as red as his hair. "Say that again," Ron challenged. "Oh, going to fight us, are you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you leave now," Harry said, his voice calm but firm. Years of navigating complex social situations across different wizarding households had taught him how to handle bullies and posturing. "But we don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? We've eaten all our food and you still seem to have some." One of Malfoy's companions reached toward the pile of sweets Harry and Ron had purchased from the trolley earlier. Before the large boy's hand made contact, Harry made a subtle gesture with his wrist, not quite drawing his wand but suggesting he might. "That would be a mistake," he said quietly. Something in his tone made all three boys hesitate. Perhaps it was the confidence of someone who, despite being a first year, had lived through far more challenging confrontations than this petty intimidation attempt. "Come on," Malfoy muttered to his companions after a tense moment. "We'll find better company elsewhere." After they left, Ron looked at Harry with newfound respect. "That was brilliant. You didn't even need to hex them." Harry shrugged. "Sometimes the suggestion of action is more effective than action itself." "Where'd you learn that?" "Sounds like something my brother Bill would say. He's a curse breaker for Gringotts, deals with all sorts of dangerous situations." "Just experience," Harry replied vaguely. "I've met my share of bullies over the years." As the daylight began to fade, they changed into their Hogwarts robes. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions as he donned the simple black garments with their unmarked collars, no house colors yet, a blank slate waiting to be defined. When the train finally slowed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, Harry took a deep breath. This was it, his official entry into the wizarding world he'd observed from the shadows for 8 years. No more disguises, no more false names, just Harry Potter stepping into the light. "Furs years. Furs years over here," called a booming voice. A giant of a man with a wild beard stood holding a lamp, gathering the youngest students. "Come on, follow me, any more furs years? Mind your step, now." As Harry joined the crowd of first years following the huge man, Hagrid, he recalled from his research, he noticed the curious glances and whispered conversations surrounding him. News of his presence had clearly spread throughout the train. "No more N4 to a boat," Hagrid called, directing them toward a fleet of small boats sitting on the shore of a vast, dark lake. Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, joined by Hermione Granger and the forgetful boy named Neville who was still clutching his recovered toad protectively. "Everyone in?" Hagrid shouted. Right then, forward. The little fleet moved off across the glassy lake. Around a bend, Hogwarts Castle came into view, perched atop a mountain, its windows sparkling against the starry sky. Collective gasps rose from the boats as the magnificent structure revealed itself. Despite all his preparation and research, despite years of living in various magical communities and homes, Harry found himself awestruck by the castle. This was Hogwarts, the place his parents had studied, the school he'd read about in countless books during his years of hiding. For the first time, he felt a genuine connection to his heritage that transcended academic knowledge. After docking in an underground harbor and climbing a passageway up to the castle, Hagrid handed the first years over to a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes. "The Furs Years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall led them into a small, empty chamber off the entrance hall, where she welcomed them to Hogwarts and explained the basics of the house system and the imminent sorting ceremony. Throughout her speech, her eyes occasionally flickered to Harry, a subtle acknowledgement of recognition. When she departed to check on preparations, the chamber erupted with nervous speculation about the sorting. Various theories circulated: spells to perform, tests to pass, even wrestling a troll according to Fred Weasley's dubious information to Ron. Harry remained silent, listening to the theories with private amusement. His research had revealed the truth of the Sorting Hat years ago, but he saw no reason to spoil the tradition of anticipation for his fellow students. Several students screamed when about 20 ghosts streamed through the back wall, pearly white and transparent, engaged in what appeared to be an argument about someone named Peeves. They noticed the first years and exchanged cheerful greetings before Professor McGonagall returned to lead them into the Great Hall. The hall was magnificent, thousands of candles floating in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat, golden plates and goblets gleaming in the candlelight, the enchanted ceiling above reflecting the starry night sky. At the top of the hall, the staff table stretched across a raised platform. As they walked between the tables toward a small stool with an ancient, patched wizard's hat upon it, Harry felt hundreds of eyes following him. Whispers accompanied their procession. "There he is, Harry Potter, can you see his scar? Where's he been all these years?" The hat twitched, then a rip near its brim opened like a mouth and it began to sing, describing the qualities of each house and its role in determining where students belong. When it finished, Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. Harry watched with particular interest. He had briefly stayed with the Abbott family years ago as Emma, Hannah's supposed cousin. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. Hannah removed the hat and hurried to the Hufflepuff table, where Harry glimpsed the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. The sorting continued alphabetically. Hermione Granger became a Gryffindor, to Ron's evident dismay, as did Neville Longbottom after nearly a full minute under the hat. Draco Malfoy was immediately sorted into Slytherin, joining his hulking companions Crabbe and Goyle. As Perks, Sally Ann, was sorted into Hufflepuff, Harry knew his turn approached. "Sure enough, Potter, Harry." The hall fell suddenly, completely silent. Then, as Harry stepped forward, whispers erupted like hissing fires. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? He's back." Harry walked calmly to the stool, aware of every eye in the hall fixed upon him. Before the hat dropped over his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the staff table, Dumbledore watching with a gentle smile, McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly, and a hook-nosed, black-haired professor staring at him with an intensity that was almost physical. Then the hat fell over his eyes, and he waited. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, "You're the one who's supposed to know." "Oh, I know," the small voice chuckled. "But rarely have I seen a mind with such complexity. You've lived many lives in your short years, haven't you, Mr. Potter? Slipped between identities like changing clothes." "Yes," Harry thought. "But I'm here as myself now." "Are you? And who might that be, exactly? The brave son of Gryffindor heroes? The cunning survivor who evaded detection for years? The knowledge seeker who absorbed magical theory across cultures? The loyal friend who remembers kindnesses shown to his various personas? I'm all of those things," Harry thought. "That's the point. I'm not just one characteristic." "Indeed." The hat sounded pleased. "Most first years present simpler puzzles, dominant traits and clear inclinations. You, however, have developed aspects of all 4 houses through necessity and experience. So what now?" Harry wondered. "If I don't fit cleanly anywhere, oh, but you do fit," the hat interrupted. "You fit everywhere, which is a different sort of problem. The question becomes not where you belong, but where you would best grow. Where the qualities you've already developed might be balanced by those you've had less opportunity to cultivate." Harry considered this perspective. What quality have I had least opportunity to develop while hiding? Interesting that you ask, the hat murmured. In your years of necessary caution and calculated survival, there's been little room for the straightforward courage to stand openly as yourself. You've been brave in many ways, but always from behind a mask, always with an escape route planned. Perhaps it's time to experience bravery of a different sort. Harry felt a resonance with this observation. Throughout his years of hiding, he'd always maintained distance, emotional and physical, from genuine connection. Always ready to leave, to transform, to become someone else if necessary. I see you understand, the hat said softly. In that case, Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He removed the hat and walked toward the Gryffindor table, where an explosion of cheers and applause erupted. Percy the prefect shook his hand vigorously, the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" And several older students he'd never met clapped him on the back as if they were old friends. As he sat down, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye at the staff table. The headmaster gave him a small nod that somehow conveyed both congratulations and understanding of the significance of this moment. The remaining students were sorted quickly, with Ron joining Harry in Gryffindor to his evident relief. Once the last student, Zabini, Blaise, Slytherin, had been sorted, Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to applause and cheers. Harry raised an eyebrow, wondering if this apparent eccentricity was genuine or carefully cultivated. "Is he, a bit mad?" Harry asked Percy, echoing what any normal first year might wonder. "Mad? He's a genius," Percy replied reverently. "Best wizard in the world. But yes, a bit mad, perhaps." "Potatoes, Harry." The golden dishes before them had filled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes in multiple forms, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and oddly, peppermint humbugs. As Harry filled his plate, he found himself bombarded with questions from curious housemates. "Where have you been all these years? Did you really defeat you-know-who as a baby? Can you remember anything about that night? Why did you disappear from your Muggle relatives?" Rather than becoming defensive or withdrawn, Harry decided on a strategic approach, answering honestly but selectively, redirecting the most intrusive questions, and gradually establishing boundaries through his responses. "I've been living in various places," he answered the first question. "With different wizarding families, mostly. It's a long story better saved for another time." This vague but truthful answer satisfied immediate curiosity while deferring detailed examination. "I don't remember defeating Voldemort, no," he replied to another question, noticing several students flinch at the name. "I was only 15 months old. And I'd prefer not to discuss that night, if you don't mind. I lost my parents, after all." This gentle reminder of the tragedy underlying his fame effectively dampened the more sensationalistic questions. Most of his housemates, to their credit, respected the boundary once established. Throughout the meal, Harry observed the staff table with interest. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. A nervous-looking young man in a purple turban was conversing with the hook-nosed, black-haired professor Harry had noticed earlier. As if sensing Harry's attention, the black-haired professor looked past the turban teacher directly at Harry. A sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead, causing him to wince. "Are you all right?" Percy asked, noticing his reaction. "Fine," Harry said, the pain disappearing as quickly as it had come. "Who's that teacher talking to the man with the turban?" "That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after Professor Quirrell's job. That's the one with the turban. Snape knows a lot about the dark arts. Harry studied Snape with interest. According to his research, Severus Snape had been a contemporary of his parents at Hogwarts, with a complex and reportedly antagonistic relationship with his father. That history, combined with the strange pain in his scar, marked Snape as someone to watch carefully. When the desserts disappeared and Dumbledore rose again to deliver start-of-term notices, Harry listened attentively to the warnings about the Forbidden Forest, banned magic in corridors, and Quidditch trials. The announcement about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't want to die a most painful death raised his eyebrows. Such explicit danger warnings were unusual in a school environment. The evening concluded with the school song, a cacophonous affair with everyone singing to different tunes, followed by dismissal to dormitories. As the Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the castle's bewildering passages, Harry found himself walking beside Neville Longbottom. "Amazing place, isn't it?" Harry commented, noticing Neville's nervous glances at the moving portraits and shifting staircases. "Why yes," Neville agreed timidly. "I'm just worried I'll get lost. My gran says I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached." "We'll figure it out together," Harry assured him. "First day in a new place is always disorienting." Neville gave him a grateful smile. "Thanks, Harry. That's really decent of you." They reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress who asked for the password, Caput Draconis. The common room was a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs, tables, and a fireplace, decorated in rich red and gold. Percy directed the first years to their dormitories, girls through one door, boys through another. Harry and the other Gryffindor first-year boys, Ron, Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan, found their beds in a circular tower room. 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains awaited them, their trunks already delivered beside each one. As they changed into pajamas and prepared for bed, the other boys continued to sneak curious glances at Harry, though they refrained from further questions after his measured responses at dinner. "Brilliant day, wasn't it?" Ron said through a yawn as they climbed into bed. "Can't believe you're in Gryffindor too. My whole family's been here, would have been a nightmare if I'd broken tradition." "The hat considers your preferences," Harry noted, drawing the curtains around his bed. "At least partially." "Really?" "Fred said it puts a giant spider on your head if you're not brave enough for Gryffindor." Ron shuddered. "Glad that's not true." As conversation dwindled into sleepy murmurs and eventually soft snores, Harry lay awake, processing the momentous day. After years of hiding, of constantly looking over his shoulder, of calculated isolation, he was now officially part of the wizarding world, a student at Hogwarts, a member of Gryffindor House, Harry Potter in name and appearance. The Sorting Hat's insight lingered in his mind, always from behind a mask, always with an escape route planned. It had recognized the fundamental pattern of his existence since fleeing the Dursleys, survival through transformation and detachment. Here at Hogwarts, surrounded by people who knew his real name and face, Harry faced a new challenge, learning to be himself without the safety net of another identity to escape into. It was both liberating and terrifying. Before sleep claimed him, Harry opened the journal Andromeda had given him and wrote a single line beneath his earlier question, "Who is Harry Potter?" Someone who is finally ready to find out. Harry's first week at Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. The castle itself proved to be a constantly shifting maze of staircases, disappearing steps, and doors that weren't always doors. Portraits gossiped as students passed, suits of armor creaked and moved when no one was looking, and ghosts drifted through walls without warning. Rather than finding this chaotic environment disorienting, Harry approached it as a puzzle to be solved. His years of adapting to new living situations served him well, and he quickly developed a mental map of the castle's primary pathways and shortcuts. Classes presented varying challenges. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's strict but fair approach resonated with Harry's methodical nature. When she demonstrated turning her desk into a pig and back again, Harry found himself analyzing the spell components rather than merely marveling at the result, a perspective gained from Laurent Moreau's theoretical approach to magic. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall warned the class. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. After a series of complex notes, they were each given a match to turn into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Harry and Hermione Granger had made any progress. Harry's match had turned completely silver with a sharp point, while Hermione's was silver but still blunt. Professor McGonagall showed the class both attempts, giving them each a rare smile. Excellent first efforts. 2 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick proved equally interesting, particularly when the professor squeaked and toppled off his stack of books upon reading Harry's name during roll call. The theoretical foundation of Charms' work aligned with much of what Harry had learned from various tutors during his years of independent study. Herbology took place in the greenhouses behind the castle, where Professor Sprout taught them how to care for various magical plants and fungi. Harry found unexpected common ground with Neville Longbottom, whose enthusiasm for plant life far outstripped his confidence in other subjects. "You're really good at this," Harry commented after watching Neville expertly repot a jumping juniper without getting nipped by its mildly venomous leaves. Neville blushed. "Thanks. It's the only thing I'm not hopeless at. My gran wanted me to be brilliant at transfiguration like my dad, but..." He trailed off, looking dejected. "Everyone has different strengths," Harry observed. "Seems to me understanding magical plants is just as valuable as waving a wand, especially when those plants can be used in healing potions and protective charms." The genuine smile that spread across Neville's round face suggested such positive reinforcement was rare in his experience. History of Magic, taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, proved to be the only genuinely disappointing class. The professor droned on in a monotone about goblin rebellions and wizard conventions with no attempt to engage students or contextualize the information. Harry resorted to taking careful notes while mentally comparing Binns's version of events with alternative perspectives he'd encountered in his reading. Defense against the dark arts, which many students had eagerly anticipated, proved oddly unsatisfying. Professor Quirrell, with his pronounced stutter and nervous demeanor, seemed afraid of his own subject. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. Most concerning was the strange reaction Harry experienced whenever Quirrell turned his back to the class, a faint prickling sensation in his scar, similar to but less intense than the pain he'd felt when Snape had looked at him during the welcoming feast. Friday brought their first potions lesson, double potions with the Slytherins in the dungeons. Harry had approached this class with particular interest, given Snape's history with his parents and the unusual reaction he'd provoked. The potions master made an immediate impression, sweeping into the classroom with billowing black robes and commanding silence with nothing more than his presence. He began with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described the power and beauty of potions with genuine passion, culminating in a declaration that he could teach them to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death. Then his gaze fixed on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry maintained eye contact with Snape, grateful for the extensive potions theory he'd learned from Laurent Moreau. "The draught of living death, sir," he answered calmly. "A powerful sleeping potion." Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, quickly masked by further interrogation. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Hermione's hand strained toward the ceiling. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied. "It's a stone that can counteract most poisons." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry answered. also known as aconite. Silence fell over the dungeon. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression inscrutable. "Correct," he finally said, his tone revealing nothing. "It seems someone has taken the trouble to crack open a book before arriving." His gaze swept the classroom. "Well, why aren't you all writing this down?" The lesson proceeded with instructions to brew a simple potion to cure boils. Harry partnered with Ron, guiding him through the process while carefully adhering to Snape's instructions. Years of assisting Ron with experimental potions had taught Harry precision and patience, qualities essential for successful brewing. Throughout the lesson, Snape prowled between tables, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. He repeatedly glanced at Harry's cauldron but made no comment, positive or negative, on his work. As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon after class, Ron shook his head in wonderment. "That was brilliant, Harry. The way you answered all his questions. He couldn't find anything to criticize." "He certainly tried," Harry observed. "I don't think he likes me very much." "Likes you? He doesn't like anyone except Slytherins. But the way he singled you out, it's like he has some personal grudge." "He might," Harry admitted. "He was in the same year at Hogwarts as my parents. From what I've heard, he and my father didn't get along." Ron stared at him. "How do you know that?" "I thought you didn't know anything about your parents until recently." Harry realized he'd revealed more background knowledge than a typical first-year orphan should possess. "I've been doing research since returning to the wizarding world," he explained, the partial truth easier than elaborating on years of discreet investigation. "Trying to learn about my family history." This seemed to satisfy Ron, who launched into speculation about whether Snape's animosity might extend to all Gryffindors or was specifically inherited from James Potter. That afternoon, they visited Hagrid at his hut near the Forbidden Forest, responding to an invitation delivered at breakfast. The gamekeeper's home proved to be a single-room wooden cabin with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on the open fire, and an enormous black boarhound named Fong who, despite his intimidating appearance, was thoroughly cowardly. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, serving rock cakes that lived up to their name and strong tea in large mugs. As Ron told Hagrid about his brother Charlie's work with dragons, Harry noticed a newspaper clipping from the Daily Prophet on the table. "Gringotts break-in latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins insist that nothing was taken." The vault in question, number 713, had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. Harry frowned, noting the date, his birthday, the same day he'd visited Diagon Alley with Andromeda. "Hagrid," he said, interrupting Ron's dragon story, "this Gringotts break-in happened on the day I was in Diagon Alley. It might have been happening while we were there." Hagrid distinctly avoided meeting Harry's eyes, offering another rock cake instead. The gamekeeper's obvious discomfort suggested he knew something about the incident, but Harry didn't press the matter directly. Instead, he asked general questions about Gringotts security and goblin banking procedures, observing Hagrid's reactions carefully. By the time they left, Harry had formed a tentative theory: Hagrid had been involved somehow with the mysteriously emptied vault, likely on Dumbledore's orders. Given the timing and the high security surrounding the matter, whatever had been removed was both valuable and potentially dangerous. "Interesting visit," Harry commented as they walked back toward the castle for dinner. "Yeah, Hagrid's brilliant, isn't he?" Ron agreed enthusiastically. "A bit scary looking at first, but really kind underneath." "He also seems to know a lot about what happens at Hogwarts," Harry observed. "Did you notice how nervous he got when I mentioned the Gringotts break-in?" Ron looked confused. "Not really. Why would Hagrid be nervous about that?" "I'm not sure," Harry replied thoughtfully. "Just an observation." That evening in the Gryffindor common room, Harry composed a letter to Andromeda, reporting on his first week while carefully avoiding anything that might worry her if intercepted. He mentioned his classes, new acquaintances, an adjustment to life at Hogwarts, saving more sensitive observations for his journal. In the privacy of his bed, curtains drawn and a simple privacy charm in place, one of the few spells he'd mastered without formal instruction during his years of hiding, Harry wrote more candidly in the enchanted journal Andromeda had given him, first week completed. Academically, much of the material is familiar from my previous informal education, though the structured approach is new. McGonagall and Flitwick seem impressed with my preliminary knowledge. Binns is as dull as legendary. Quirrell is oddly ineffective and possibly hiding something. My Scar reacts to him occasionally, similar to but less intense than my reaction to Snape. Snape himself is a puzzle. Clear animosity toward me personally, likely related to history with my father. Tested my knowledge deliberately with questions beyond first-year level. Seemed surprised when I answered correctly but unwilling to acknowledge competence. The Gringotts break-in article in Hagrid's hut suggests something valuable was removed from Vault 713 on my birthday. Hagrid's reaction indicates involvement and possible connection to Dumbledore. Potentially related to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Socially, integration progresses cautiously. Ron Weasley maintains friendly connection from Colin days without pressing for too many details about intervening years. Neville Longbottom responds well to encouragement, possible friendship developing. Hermione Granger is brilliantly academic but socially awkward. Malfoy continues antagonistic approach, apparently offended by rejected handshake. Most challenging aspect remains the constant awareness of being watched/discussed as Harry Potter, rather than just another student. Years of anonymity made me forget what it feels like to be continuously observed. Maintaining natural behavior without retreating into disguise requires conscious effort. As Harry closed the journal and prepared for sleep, he reflected on the Sorting Hat's insight about his need to develop the courage to exist openly as himself. The Hat had been right. Living without the safety net of alternative identities was proving to be his greatest challenge at Hogwarts, more demanding than any class or social puzzle. But as exhausting as constant visibility sometimes felt, it also brought unexpected moments of satisfaction, the genuine connection with fellow students who knew his real name, the recognition of his abilities by professors who could track his progress over time, the freedom from constantly maintaining false backstories and disguises. For better or worse, Harry Potter was becoming a real person, not just a famous name or a convenient mask, but an actual 11-year-old wizard finding his place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On the second Saturday of term, Harry woke early to the sound of an owl tapping at the dormitory window. The other boys were still asleep, their curtains drawn against the morning light filtering into the tower room. Harry quietly slipped from bed and opened the window, recognizing the official ministry owl with its distinctive brass leg band. The bird deposited a thick envelope sealed with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement crest before departing without waiting for a response. Heart racing slightly, Harry retreated to his bed, drawing the curtains for privacy before breaking the seal. Inside was a formal cover letter from Madame Bones, along with a transcript of the hearing regarding Sirius Black, as promised. Mr. Potter, as discussed during our meeting, enclosed please find the complete transcript of the preliminary hearing regarding the case of Sirius Black, held on September 10, 1991. This document contains sensitive information and has been enchanted with privacy protections. Only you and specifically authorized ministry personnel may read its contents. The findings of this hearing have resulted in my ordering a full investigation and trial, scheduled for October 15. Given these developments, I believe your attendance at the trial would be appropriate despite your age, provided proper supervision is arranged. Should you wish to attend, please respond by September 25 so that necessary accommodations can be made with Hogwarts administration. I remain at your disposal should you have any questions regarding these proceedings. Yours sincerely, Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry's pulse quickened as he turned to the transcript. For nearly 2 hours, he read through the detailed account of the hearing, witness statements, evidence reviews, and expert testimony regarding the events of November 1981. What emerged was a disturbing picture of judicial negligence. No physical evidence directly linked Black to the betrayal of the Potters beyond his presence at the scene after the attack. The alleged murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles rested entirely on eyewitness accounts from traumatized Muggles who have been immediately obliterated, combined with the recovery of a single finger identified as Pettigrew's only remain. Most critically, Veritasium questioning of the arresting Aurors revealed that Black had been repeatedly stating, "I killed them," and "It's my fault," when taken into custody, statements that had been interpreted as confession but could equally indicate survivors' guilt or responsibility for suggesting the Potter's hiding place or secret keeper. Without a formal trial or questioning under Veritasium, these ambiguities had never been resolved. Black had been sent directly to Azkaban on Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s authority during the chaotic period following Voldemort's fall, when emergency powers were liberally interpreted to expedite justice. By the hearing's conclusion, Madame Bones had determined that sufficient doubt existed to warrant a complete reinvestigation and proper trial, the legal proceedings that should have occurred a decade earlier. Harry sat back against his pillows, mind whirling with implications. His godfather, his parents' chosen guardian for him, might have been wrongfully imprisoned for 10 years. If Black was innocent, the impact extended beyond the obvious miscarriage of justice to Harry's own life trajectory. He would never have been placed with the Dursleys, never needed to run away, never spent years hiding under false identities. The ripple effects of this potential judicial error had shaped his entire existence. A stirring from Ron's bed indicated his dormmates were beginning to wake. Harry carefully resealed the documents in their envelope and tucked them into his trunk-secure compartment for later, more thorough examination. Morning, Ron mumbled sleepily as Harry emerged from behind his curtains. "You're up early. Breakfast already?" "Just writing some letters," Harry replied, the partial truth easier than explaining the ministry correspondence. "Breakfast sounds good, though." As they dressed and headed down to the Great Hall, Harry's mind continued processing the hearing transcript. He would need to write to Andromeda immediately, both to inform her of the developments and to arrange attendance at the October trial. As his magical guardian, she would need to accompany him and potentially help him prepare for the emotional complexity of the situation. After breakfast, Harry left Ron to a chess match with Dean Thomas and retreated to a quiet corner of the library to compose his letter. Finding the right balance between information and discretion proved challenging. Owlpost wasn't entirely secure, yet Andromeda needed to understand the significance of what he'd learned. "Dear Andromeda, I hope this letter finds you well. My first 2 weeks at Hogwarts have been fascinating and educational in ways beyond the standard curriculum. This morning I received correspondence from Madame Bones regarding the matter we discussed at the ministry. The preliminary hearing has resulted in a full trial scheduled for October 15th. Madame Bones believes my attendance would be appropriate with proper supervision, which I presume would be you as my guardian. The transcript contains several revelations that significantly alter my understanding of past events. Most notably, no direct evidence of the primary accusation exists beyond circumstantial connections, and potentially exculpatory interpretations of statements were never explored due to procedural shortcuts taken during that period. If you're available, I would appreciate discussing these developments and making arrangements to attend the October proceedings. Perhaps a brief meeting could be arranged during a Hogsmeade weekend or similar opportunity. Your ward, Harry. After dispatching the letter with a school owl, Harry spent the remainder of the morning in the library, researching wizarding law regarding trials and evidence standards. The legal texts were dense and often assumed knowledge of precedent cases, but he persisted, making careful notes of relevant points that might apply to Black's situation. "There you are." Hermione's voice interrupted his concentration. She slid into the chair opposite him, her arms laden with books. "Ron said you disappeared after breakfast. What are you studying? It's not homework, is it? I've finished all the assignments from this week, but I'm trying to get ahead on the reading for," she broke off, noticing the title of the tome open before him. "Wizarding Legal Procedures and Precedents. That's not on any first-year reading list I've seen." Harry closed the book casually. "Just personal research. I'm trying to understand how the wizarding legal system works." Hermione's eyes lit with interest. "Oh. That's a fascinating topic. The integration of ancient magical traditions with more modern judicial concepts creates a unique hybrid system that differs significantly from Muggle law. Are you looking at any area in particular? Criminal proceedings, Harry replied, deciding that general honesty might satisfy her curiosity without revealing specific details. Particularly the evidentiary standards in major cases. Because of your parents? Hermione asked with unexpected perceptiveness, then immediately looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, that was terribly presumptuous of me. I shouldn't have, it's okay, Harry assured her. And yes, partly because of that. There are aspects of what happened that I'm trying to understand better. Hermione nodded seriously. That makes perfect sense. If you'd like any help with the research, I'm quite good at navigating complex texts. Not that you aren't, she added hastily. Just offering another perspective. Harry considered the offer. Hermione was undeniably bright and methodical, qualities valuable in legal research. While he wasn't ready to share the specifics of Sirius Black's case, her assistance with general principles might be useful. Thanks, Hermione. I might take you up on that. He gestured to the stack of books she'd brought. What are you working on? The question launched Hermione into an enthusiastic explanation of her self-directed study project comparing transfiguration theory across different cultural traditions. Harry listened with genuine interest, recognizing similarities to approaches he'd encountered during his time with Laurent Moreau and other continental wizarding families. Their conversation gradually evolved into a stimulating academic discussion that attracted the attention of several older Ravenclaws at a nearby table. By lunchtime, Harry had not only gained useful insights for his legal research but also established a more substantive connection with Hermione beyond their superficial classroom interactions. This was really interesting, Hermione said as they packed up their books. Most people's eyes glaze over when I talk about theoretical magical frameworks. It's fascinating stuff, Harry replied sincerely. The foundations of how magic works are more important than most people realize. Hermione beamed. Exactly. If you understand the underlying principles, the specific spells become logical extensions rather than arbitrary incantations to memorize. As they walked to lunch together, Harry reflected on how his years of necessity-driven education had given him a different perspective from most first years. The theoretical knowledge he'd accumulated while hiding among various wizarding households now served as a foundation for deeper connections with academically minded peers like Hermione. The afternoon brought flying lessons for the Gryffindor first years, an activity Harry had approached with mixed feelings. Unlike most of his magical education, flying was something he'd had limited exposure to during his years in hiding. The visibility and physical nature of broomstick flight made it too risky for someone trying to maintain a low profile. The lesson itself proved more eventful than anticipated. When Neville lost control of his broom, rising rapidly before falling and breaking his wrist, Madame Hooch took him to the hospital wing, warning the rest of the class to keep their feet firmly on the ground. The moment she disappeared, Malfoy snatched up something Neville had dropped, a remembrall his grandmother had sent him that morning. Look what Longbottom dropped, Malfoy laughed, holding up the glass ball. Maybe if he'd given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat backside. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry said quietly, stepping forward. The Slytherin smirked. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, how about up a tree? Before Harry could respond, Malfoy had mounted his broomstick and taken off, hovering at treetop level and calling down taunts. Despite never having flown properly before, Harry found himself reaching for a broom, driven by a deep-seated sense of fairness and protection toward the bullied Neville. No! Hermione shouted. Madame Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all in trouble. Harry hesitated, weighing consequences against principles. His years of careful risk calculation warred with the immediate impulse to right a wrong. Harry, don't, Hermione insisted. It's not worth getting expelled over a remembrall. The practical wisdom of her advice penetrated Harry's indignation. There were smarter ways to handle this situation than rash action that could jeopardize his hard-won place at Hogwarts. You're right, he acknowledged, lowering the broom. Instead, he turned to the watching students. Everyone saw Malfoy take Neville's property and refuse to return it. I'm sure Professor McGonagall would be interested in hearing multiple accounts of deliberate theft and bullying of an injured student. Several Gryffindors nodded in agreement, while Malfoy's smirk faltered slightly as he hovered above them. We'll make sure Neville gets his Remembrall back, Harry continued calmly. Either Malfoy returns it now, or we file a formal complaint with our head of house and request compensation for damaged or lost property. The systematic, rule-based approach clearly wasn't what Malfoy had expected. After a moment of visible calculation, he flew down and tossed the Remembrall to Harry with poor grace. Take it then. Not worth my time anyway, he muttered, though his expression suggested frustration at having his provocation diffused so effectively. When Madame Hooch returned, the lesson resumed without further incident. Harry discovered a natural affinity for flying despite his lack of experience, the broom responded readily to his commands, and the sensation of controlled flight brought unexpected joy. You're a natural, Ron commented as they walked back to the castle afterward. Sure you've never flown before? Not properly, Harry confirmed. Too risky during my previous situation. You should try out for the Quidditch team next year, Ron suggested enthusiastically. With skills like that, you'd make a brilliant seeker. Harry smiled at the idea. Flying had offered a freedom and exhilaration he'd rarely experienced, a physical expression of the liberation he was gradually feeling in other aspects of his Hogwarts life. As September progressed, Harry settled into a routine that balanced academics, social connections, and private pursuits. Weekdays were devoted to classes and homework, often studied with Ron, Hermione, and occasionally Neville, whose herbology knowledge proved invaluable for potions assignments. Weekends allowed time for more personal projects, his ongoing legal research, correspondence with his network of contacts from his years in hiding, and private practice of the Metamorphmagus abilities he maintained but rarely used now. The latter required particular discretion. While his ability wasn't strictly secret, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and the Ministry were aware of it, Harry preferred to keep it from becoming common knowledge among students. His transformation skills represented both a personal advantage and a potential escape option should circumstances ever require it. On the last Saturday of September, Harry received Andromeda's reply regarding the Sirius Black hearing. Dear Harry, your letter regarding the Bones hearing was both concerning and hopeful. I've arranged with Professor McGonagall to collect you from Hogwarts on October 15 for what is officially described as a family legal matter. Dumbledore has approved this absence, though I suspect he knows more about the specifics than he's acknowledging. I've taken the liberty of contacting Remus Lupin, your father's friend mentioned in your parents' will. He was also close to Sirius and might provide valuable perspective before the trial. He's agreed to meet with us on October 14 if you're comfortable with this introduction. Regarding the hearing transcript, I've reviewed a copy provided by Madame Bones in my capacity as your guardian. The procedural irregularities are deeply troubling, particularly given my personal knowledge of Sirius's character and relationship with your parents. While I hesitate to form definitive conclusions before the trial evidence is presented, I find myself questioning the accepted narrative of events more with each review of the facts. Please let me know your thoughts on meeting with Remus Lupin. He's expressed great interest in seeing you after all these years, but understands if you prefer to wait until after the trial proceedings. Take care, and know that Ted and I are immensely proud of how you're handling these complex situations. Warmly, Andromeda. Harry read the letter twice before responding immediately. Dear Andromeda, thank you for arranging the October 15 absence with Hogwarts administration. I agree that meeting Remus Lupin beforehand would be valuable, both for potential insights regarding the case and as a connection to my parents' past. Please confirm the meeting for October 14. My own review of the transcript has left me with significant questions about the accepted narrative. Beyond the procedural issues, the evidence itself seems remarkably circumstantial for a case of such magnitude. I'm approaching the trial with an open mind, but find myself increasingly troubled by the possibility that an innocent man, specifically my parents' chosen guardian for me, might have spent a decade in Azkaban while I lived first with relatives my parents explicitly rejected, then in hiding due to that initial inappropriate placement. The potential implications for my life path are significant, as I'm sure you've considered. Had proper procedures been followed in 1981, my entire childhood might have unfolded differently. I look forward to seeing you on October 14th and meeting Mr. Lupin. Your ward, Harry. As he watched the owl depart with his response, Harry contemplated the approaching trial with mixed emotions. The possibility of his godfather's innocence offered both hope and a painful awareness of what might have been. If Sirius Black had indeed been wrongfully imprisoned, Harry's years of hiding, while educational and formative in many ways, represented a profound injustice to them both. Yet those years had also shaped him fundamentally, developing skills and perspectives he might never have acquired otherwise. His Metamorphmagus abilities might have remained dormant without the trigger of desperate need. His exposure to diverse magical traditions across various households had given him a broader understanding of magic than standard British wizarding education typically provided. Whatever the trial's outcome, Harry recognized that he couldn't reclaim the childhood that might have been. But perhaps he could help restore justice for the godfather he'd never known, and in doing so, begin to heal a connection severed by tragedy and judicial failure a decade earlier. With these thoughts circling in his mind, Harry turned back to the castle, where Ron and Hermione were waiting to accompany him to Hagrid's for afternoon tea. The present and immediate future demanded his attention, even as the past's unresolved questions continued to unfold. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.